the regular meeting of the Ames Area Metropolitan Planning Organization for Tuesday, May 25th to order. Good evening, Policy Committee members. It's a pleasure to see you all this evening. Again, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we're continuing to meet via Zoom. And if people are interested in participating, they can access it by going to zoom.us/j/826-593-023, or they can access it toll free by 888-475-4499. And when asked for the Zoom meeting ID, it's 826-593-023, or you can be watching us on our YouTube channel, access through our website, or we're also on MediaCom channel 12. So good evening. We have several public hearings with respect to the Ames Area Metropolitan Planning Organization tonight, and then also some administrative matters. So with that, John and Kyle, do you have anything that you would like to share with us regarding the item number one, the hearing on the 2022 Transportation Planning Work Program?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hala, and good evening, committee members. The first two items tonight were both before the committee in March. Both received unanimous approval of the draft versions. We then had both of those open for public comment for a little over a month. Received no public comments, and our agency partners also had that time to review, and we received very minimal kind of administrative type comments from them and made those appropriate changes. So the first of those items tonight is our annual work program.
Okay. Any questions for John or Kyle this evening on the work program? Hearing none, declare the public hearing on the FY 2022 Transportation Planning Work Program to be open. Is there anyone from the public that would like to address the Policy Committee on this topic?
Mayor, I don't see anyone wishing to address this topic.
Thank you, Deb. We'll declare the public hearing to be closed, and I would entertain a motion on resolution approving the final FY 2022 Transportation Planning Work Program for submission to the Iowa Department of Transportation.
So moved.
Moved by Betcher, thank you.
Second. I'll second.
Seconded by, is that you, Jacob? By Ludwig?
Yeah.
Right, thank you. Roll call. Roll call, please, Amy.
I apologize, sir. These are not roll calls. It's just a motion to vote.
This is a resolution.
But for AAMPO, it's a vote on motion, sir.
Okay, I was indicated that it was a roll call vote. All right, those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. All right. Item number two, hearing on amendment for the fiscal FY 2021-2024 Transportation Improvement Program. John?
Yeah, thank you. This amendment is to program clean air attainment grant funding that CIRAD got from the DOT.
Okay. Questions for staff? Hearing none, declare the public hearing on this amendment to be open. Is there anyone that wants to address the Policy Committee on this item?
Mayor, I don't see anyone wishing to speak to this item.
Thank you. Declare the public hearing to be closed. Entertain a motion.
I would move we approve the amendment to the fiscal year 2021 through 2024 Transportation Improvement Program.
Thank you, Bronwyn. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Merkin. Thank you. Those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstaining? Motion carried. Thank you. Item number 3. John?
This item is the draft of our annual transportation improvement program, and Kyle will give us a quick walkthrough of what's in this.
Yep. So this is our new transportation improvement program, and we're required to develop a new one every year. This one is for our federal fiscal years 2022 through 25. This is essentially a short-range implementation program for federally funded transportation projects within our MPO boundary. And it's important for these projects to be listed in the TIP so that they're eligible to receive federal funds. As part of this process, the MPO distributes regional applications for Surface Transportation Block Grant, or STBG for short, funding, or Transportation Alternative Program, or TAP for short. This year we received 2 STBG applications and no TAP applications. To maintain fiscal constraint for our allocated STBG funds, our current recommendation is to award $2,814,000 in STBG funds to the city's South 16th Street Widening Project, and to award $225,000 in STBG funds to Cyride for their vehicle replacement project, and both of those are in federal fiscal year 25. I'd like to highlight that the full list of projects can be seen in the draft TIP document, starting on page 20 for highway and shell projects and page 24 for transit projects. As for next steps, there's a virtual public open house tomorrow at noon, and the public comment period will be open through June as well. And details on that can be found on the MPO website, which is www.aampo.org. And then also the Iowa DOT will be reviewing the draft TIP during that time. And then the date of public hearing and final approval is set for July 13th, which is our next policy meeting. So I know I went pretty quick through it, but if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Questions for Kyle? Thank you, Kyle. Hearing no questions, I entertain a motion approving the draft FY 2022 to 2025 Transportation Improvement Program and setting July 13th, 2021 as a date of public hearing.
So moved. This is Ludwig.
Second.
And was that Rachel? Thank you. Ludwig and Junk. Any discussion? Those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carried. Thank you very much, Kyle and John. All right, policy committee comments. David, anything tonight?
No comment. Thank you.
Tim?
Thank you.
Rachel?
Nope.
Linda?
Thank you.
All right, Bronwyn?
Nope, thanks.
Gloria?
No, thank you.
All right, Jacob?
No, thank you.
Amber?
Nothing from
All right, very good. Entertain a motion to adjourn.
move we adjourn.
All right, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for coming, and have a good rest of the evening. We will get set up here in a second for the regular city council meeting. All right, good evening, council members. I'm going to call the regular city council meeting for Tuesday night, May 25th to order. And again, and it's with, I think, great pleasure announcing this is our last electronic meeting, or due to COVID-19. 2 weeks from now, we'll be meeting in person in council chambers, but given the fact that we are allowed by code to continue doing this meeting electronically, we are doing so. You can access it by going to zoom.us/J/826-593-023 or toll free 888-475-4499 and use the Zoom meeting ID number of 826-593-023. And that information can be accessed on the City of Ames website. We're going to move right into consent agenda this evening. I've been informed that an applicant has asked that item number 7I be pulled from the agenda. So that will be removed. Does council wish to have any other item pulled this evening?
I'd like to pull item 20.
Item 20, okay, Rachel, thank you. Anything else? Entertain a motion approving the consent agenda less item 7I and less item 20.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Garten, seconded by Carrera. Thank you. Roll call.
Batchor,
Aye.
Barton,
Aye.
Junk,
Aye.
Corriere,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Edie Hansen.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, Rachel, item 20.
So for those of you that didn't know, last week I started as an intern at Renewable Energy Group, so I needed to pull this for conflict of interest.
Thank you. All right. Is there a motion relative to approving the resolution on item 20?
Move approval.
Moved by Betcher and seconded by Amber.
Sure, second.
Bronwyn. All right. All right, roll call, please.
Barton,
Aye.
Junk,
Abstain, conflict of interest.
Corriere,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Edie Hansen,
Aye.
Batchor.
Aye.
All right. Thank you very much. Moving on to public forum. We're going to open a public forum. This is a time set aside for comments from the public on topics of city business other than those listed on the agenda. And we do ask that people limit their comments to 3 minutes or less where feasible. And Deb, do you want to review with people how they can indicate their interest to participate in public forum or offer comments on future items on tonight's agenda?
Sure. People can either raise the hand button if they've joined by video, and if they're joining by phone call, they can press 0 and 9, and then they will need to unmute to speak. And when they do that, if they could state their name and address and then proceed with their comments, that would be great.
Okay. Is there anybody who wishes to address council under public forum tonight, Deb?
I don't see anybody wishing to speak to any topic, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to item number 30, plus public forum. Moving on to item 30, face covering ordinance. And as we start this evening under the agenda, calls for public input. And council, I would like to just do a quick review. First of all, a review for the public. Last week, council unanimously approved having the first passage of this ordinance to repeal the face covering ordinance they placed on tonight's agenda. That was a unanimous vote. And last week, last Thursday, the Story County Board of Health met, and the recommendation was to have the supervisors repeal the county-wide face covering ordinance. And this morning, by resolution, the board of supervisors did approve a resolution to repeal the county's face covering ordinance. So when they follow the proper channels, that will be also repealed in the county. So what I'd like tonight is to, first of all, I would entertain a motion from council relative to first passage of the proposed ordinance. And if there's a second, we'll then go to public input and then go to any council discussion. So is there a motion relative to the first passage of this ordinance tonight?
I would move the first passage of this ordinance.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Martin, thank you. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and go on to public input relative to this item. And Deb, is there anybody that wants to address council? And we'd like to limit people's comments to 2 minutes or less. Council has received a significant amount of email. We've listened, or read all the emails, and are aware that what the sentiment is from the community. But we also want to give people the opportunity to address council if they want to orally present their input this evening.
Mayor, I don't see anyone wishing to speak. Whoop, I take that back. Matt Hendrickson.
Okay. Matt, you'd introduce yourself and give your address, and then you're welcome to make your comments. Has he been admitted, Deb? I don't see him on the screen.
Here he comes.
There he goes.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, yeah. So my name is Matt Hendrickson. I live at 815 Narland Drive. I was just calling in to vote or to voice my support of the removing of the mandate.
Right.
So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Matt. Appreciate your input.
Thank you.
Anybody else, Deb?
No, Mayor, I don't see anyone else wishing to speak.
All right, we will close public input. All right, Mark, I'll turn it over to you if you have any comments you wish to make, and council, any discussion that you would like to undertake this evening.
I think you've covered it, Mayor, and last week the council directed me to draft an ordinance to repeal the face covering ordinance, and that's in front of you.
Questions for Mark?
Mark, we've had a number of different questions about the impacts of this. Could you review for us some of the ones that stand out to you that you think are worth reminding the public of?
The city's ordinance is still in effect. There's been a lot of, I think, misinformation in the media, just mischaracterization of what the new state law is that the governor signed last week. That law did not touch our ordinance, so it was very limited in scope and much more limited than the media reports would make you think. So our ordinance is still in effect, so it's set to expire June 30th. If you would like to repeal it, sooner than that, that ordinance is in front of you to repeal it.
And so maybe specific questions. So as it pertains, let maybe just go through a couple. If a private business wants to have their own mask for face covering requirement, would they still be able to do that?
Yes, they can still do that. They've always been able to do that. The new law signed by the governor did not affect that. So a private business or a private organization can still mandate masks.
And what about events that are held on city property?
If the ordinance is repealed, then there's no longer a face covering mandate for events on city property.
And I've had several questions about the Ames Public Library. How would the rescission of our mask mandate impact the Ames Public Library?
Well, my understanding is the library is following the ordinance and has their policies in place because of the ordinance. The library is an independent entity, and so they have a library board of trustees that set the policies for the library. I don't believe, and I haven't been able to confirm today, whether the library has a separate policy on requiring patrons to wear a face covering. I don't think they do. I think they've simply been requiring the face covering since the council passed this ordinance. Excuse me. Once the ordinance goes away, I believe that goes away. And I don't know, Steve, do you have any more information on that, or?
I think well, maybe Deb does. I think the latest indication they would follow the council's direct action on this. So if we open up the rest of the buildings without masks, I think they're prepared to. Is that correct, Deb?
Yep, that's correct.
Great, thank you, Mark.
Sure.
Thanks, Tim. Other questions for Mark or Steve or Deb? Okay, hearing none. A motion made and a second. Roll call, please.
Junk,
Aye.
Corey,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Hanson,
Aye.
Betcher,
Aye.
Barton.
Aye.
Thank you. And secondly, on the agenda, is there a motion to suspend the rules regarding the adoption of the ordinances? Of the ordinance, excuse me.
I move to suspend the rules requiring multiple readings.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions? Roll call, please.
Corey,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Judy Hanson,
Aye.
Betcher,
Aye.
Barton,
Aye.
Junk.
Aye.
Thank you. And then, if the council so desire, I have a motion that the, Mark, make sure I got this correct, that you move to second and third readings and final passage of the ordinance. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Is there a motion to that effect?
Move to perform the second and third readings and adopt the ordinance.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. Roll call.
Corey,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Judy Hanson,
Aye.
Betcher,
Aye.
Barton,
Aye.
Junk.
Aye.
Thank you. And Mark, would you share when that repeal goes into effect?
Yes, as is the case with any ordinance, including a repeal, the ordinance does not become effective until it is published. That is typically on Friday after a Tuesday council meeting. So the city clerk would send it to the Ames Tribune to be published, and it would be published on Friday. So the ordinance is technically still in effect until it is published on Friday.
Thank you. Okay, also under this item is an item C, resolution to exclude City of Ames from Story County space covering regulation. Do you have any advice on that, Mark?
Well, it seems that the Story County repealed their face covering requirement today. It was a Board of Health regulation approved by the County Board of Supervisors. They've repealed that today by resolution. So I think this item is now moot and there's no need to do it.
Question, do you have confidence in the effective date of the repeal that was voted on today?
Theirs would be effective immediately because it's not an ordinance. It's there's a separate provision of Iowa Code about Board of Health regulations. Those go into effect once they are approved by resolution by the Board of Supervisors. So a resolution repealing that would go into effect right away.
I have a follow-up question. It seems like a long time ago, there was a matter that we wanted to go in effect faster than the publication date. And we instructed staff to do something effective immediately. And I apologize, I don't remember what that thing was, but procedurally, given the fact that the mandate doesn't have a penalty anyway, is there a way in which we can pass a resolution to the effect that there's to be no enforcement of this ordinance pending it's becoming effective on Friday?
Well, certainly in the past, a couple occasions, the council has suspended enforcement of an ordinance. Usually while we were working on a new ordinance or some other reason. So, a motion that the city will not enforce the ordinance between now and when the repeal becomes effective would be one way to handle that.
Okay, I'll take a shot at this. I move that we suspend enforcement of the ordinance through the period until the publication makes the new ordinance effective.
Have a second?
Second.
Second by Corey. Discussion?
I'm having trouble comprehending how this really changes things for people. I understand it emphasizes that we want to do it quickly, but suspending enforcement in an ordinance that says in the plain text of it that is not to be enforced. I mean, I don't understand how this helps. I would understand if we could do something that says like a resolution to suspend the ordinance altogether. If it can be that absolute, then that seems to matter. But I'm thinking of like if we have a company whose policy is to follow the AAMS the AAMS ordinance that says it's not enforceable, and now there's a resolution saying it's not enforceable. I'm just confused.
Mark, can you comment on that?
Yeah, and it is kind of an odd situation since we have in the ordinance that there are no penalties. Now, we don't say that it won't be enforced. We say that in the ordinance it says no penalties. So enforcement includes
By
City Hall,
education and that's right. Yes.
Yeah. So
okay.
So there's still enforcement of the ordinance going on. We and staff in City Hall wear face coverings every day. So there's still enforcement going on, but so suspending enforcement of the ordinance would end that. And I know there are some businesses that are waiting for the council to take action, before they lift their own policies. I think a motion like this would just send the message that this ordinance is done, as opposed to, oh, you have to wait till Friday before the ordinance is done.
Yep. Okay, further questions or comments? Mark, given the fact that this would be a resolution, is that correct?
Yeah, I think it should be done by resolution rather than motion. I said motion before, but
okay.
Steve, did you want to add something?
No, I'm going to get after this issue.
Okay, roll call.
Martin,
Aye.
Beauty Hansen,
Aye.
Betcher,
Aye.
Barton,
Aye.
Dunk,
Aye.
Corriere.
Aye.
Thank you. Last one is Steve. You want to talk about? You want a little bit of direction from Steve sent an email out earlier today. Council
With the revision of the mask mandate, a follow-up issue would be how we're going to handle this situation in all of our city buildings and facilities. And I think I mentioned last week that with the rescission, I still am going to make sure the employees know, our city employees know, if they feel more comfortable, they can continue to wear masks. And we have some barriers to separate, for health purposes, our staff from the public. Will keep those in place if they feel comfortable. I'm also going to make available mask and hand sanitizers at the entrance of buildings for people who come in and they feel they would still like to use masks and they don't bring their own. This rescission does not prohibit the public from using masks, and we'll facilitate that. What I probably won't do is put up any kind of signs as our preference that we think will confuse people with, other than the the mask prohibition has been removed in City Hall, and not give them any other kind of guidance on how we expect them to act. But with the presence of the mask and the sanitizer, we're certainly going to provide protection for them if they like that. So without any other direction, that's our course of action for the coming days, unless things change. And we hope it doesn't in the future, in the next months, in the months ahead.
Steve, would you like a motion or any kind of official direction, or otherwise, if council is comfortable with what you're proposing, that's adequate?
I think so, unless there's a motion to direct me to do otherwise. Okay, thank you.
Council comfortable with that direction? Okay.
Thank you.
That would be the first of the three options that you presented. Is that correct, Steve?
Option number one.
Yep. All right. All right. Any further comments, questions on this topic? Otherwise, we're going to move on. Very good. Moving on to item number 31. FY 21-22 contracts with Human Service Agency for asset. Deb.
All right, good evening, everyone. Normally, this is an item that's on the consent agenda, but I wanted it as a separate item because there has been a change since council approved the asset allocations back in February. So the change is with the Volunteer Center, Story County. They have notified all of the asset funder representatives and stating that they are declining the fiscal year 21-22 contracts with all the funders. So for the city funds, that means there is $3,285 that will not be allocated to the Volunteer Center. And so the recommendation is for those funds to be added into our current total of unallocated funds for a grand total of $20,562. Then those funds are set aside and available for any human service needs that come up during the course of fiscal year 21-22. Otherwise, everything else remains the same, and the other contracts were signed by the agencies and submitted.
Questions or comments for Deb relative to this particular item? All right. I entertain a motion on approving the asset agency contracts for FY 21-22.
So moved. Second.
Etcher and Junk. Thank you. Roll call.
Judy Hansen.
Aye.
Betcher.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Young.
Aye.
Moriarty.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Thank you. And item 31B, entertain a motion approving the unallocated funds as reserve funds in the amount of $20,562. Purpose of these funds are to address the additional service needs that may arise during FY 21-22 and will require council approval. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Ronald, thank you.
Second.
Rachel, thank you. Roll call.
Betcher.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Young.
Aye.
Moriarty.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Judy Hansen.
Aye.
Thank you. Deb, would you want to talk about item C about allowing them to carry over FY 2021 funds?
Sure. So a year ago, when we were just starting the pandemic, and we had the asset administrative team had surveyed the agencies to get a sense of where they were at with providing services, and some had to scale back, some had to suspend altogether. And one of the things that we allowed agencies to do at that time, the city, was to make a request to carry funds over to the following fiscal year. So those would have been fiscal year 2019-2020 funds into the current fiscal year 21. And we had two agencies that did that. YSS and UCC did make those requests. It was for a total of about $70,000 between the two agencies. And so with agencies, some are reopening, some are getting back to their regular mode of providing services, and some are reopening altogether, and they're getting ready to provide services. And so I don't have a definitive number of agencies that might be interested in this, but I know through some preliminary conversations, a couple agencies are expressing some interest. And so because again of COVID and their inability to provide services as they normally would, we can provide this flexibility for agencies to request carryover funds. Those requests could come to staff and be reviewed, and we could report that back to council. But I would want to make sure that the agency, if they don't use those extra funds by the end of fiscal year 22, then those funds would revert back to the local option sales tax balance. So are there any questions or comments for me?
Any questions on that? Thank you, Deb. I entertain a resolution allowing agencies, if so requested, to carry over FY 2020-2021 funding to FY 2021-22 due to COVID-19 pandemic.
So moved.
Moved by Rachel Junkin, moved by Rachel, and second by Gloria. Thank you. Roll call.
Garten,
Aye.
Junk,
Aye.
Corriere,
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Edie Hansen,
Aye.
Betcher.
Aye.
Thank you. And I might note too, and just for the general information, Devon, make sure I get this correct. For next year, council is authorizing $1.58 million to go to asset agencies to support human service and services to the community. And thanks to the local option sales tax that is allowing us to help support very important organizations in our community. And thanks for all your efforts. And again, for the asset volunteers, who spent a lot of time going through this overall process, and what a phenomenal service to our community. So thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for all your support.
All right, thank you. All right, moving on to item 32, Ames Economic Development Commission. Presentation of annual report. Steve, do you have any initial comments before we turn it over to Dan? Oh, you're muted. Steve, you're muted.
Dan,
There you go.
it's the annual report as required by the annual contract with the AEDC.
Okay. Good evening, Dan. Turn it over to you.
Good evening, Mayor Hala and members of the City Council. It's great to be here tonight. I'm thrilled that in a couple of weeks we'll all be back in the same room together. It's long overdue, and it's exciting that things are normal at some level. You know, our organization's activities are well documented. I'm very grateful that Steve Shanker, Councilman David Martin, and Council Member Tim Garten are all three on our board of directors. And even periodically we see a visit from Mayor Hala as well, which is much appreciated and welcomed. I provided a summarized report of our activities from last year, and I started out, you can't start out anything these days without talking about COVID. And my letter to you was no different. You know, COVID certainly changed the way we operated in the last 12 months, but not to a point where we weren't effective. And we had good project activity. In years past, we usually have great project activity, but we had good project activity witnessed by the project that started really in probably November of last year, that you had a special meeting on last week, or it was on your agenda last week, to approve the financial incentives for Perfect Flight, a company from Brazil that's going to bring 60 very meaningful and significant employment opportunities to the market. What I really like about that, and this is pretty unusual, is that when it comes time to match state financial assistance, The city is, of course, asked to participate in that, but so is our organization. And so last week, what you approved was a $50,000.
You froze, Dan. Sorry.
We'll freeze tag tonight.
Well, we all will not miss this whatsoever when that in 2 weeks.
We could pretend.
No. Let's do this. Steve, we have the staff report for the small arts grants available. We can move on until Dan comes back on.
Sure.
Let's give Dan one more minute. If he doesn't come on, we'll move on to item 33. Let's go on to item 33, then I'll come back to Dan. Staff report regarding small art grant awards.
I believe we have two representatives of the committee.
It's like Angie's on.
Angie on, there she is, and whoever the other one was. Angie.
Susan.
Susan. So I think they're here to answer any questions you might have, correct?
Pretty exciting stuff. Nice pilot project. Andy, you want to share anything about the report?
We had some great applications. There were some that we had to really be careful, and Susan can sure talk about this as well. We really had to look at what defines new art that really is intended for the Ames community, and that kind of helped us inform some of these decisions. So we found the 4 that we think are just really exciting for the Ames community and all attainable. Susan, did you have anything else?
I don't think we have another we have Susan Guiazza in the room, but what is Susan's last name, Angie?
Oh, no, you know what? I think I might be wrong. I was thinking that we had a Susan on. We didn't ever get to meet with the CODA group in person, and so I have all my names mixed up. So sorry about that.
No problem. Questions for Angie?
Angie, do we know how many of the applicants were students?
Let me look real quick. I have a spreadsheet here because I spreadsheet everything. Let me see. Were really robust PDFs. The applications were really robust. Let me see here. There was one by the Campus Town Action Committee, the Hi, How Are You mural. That was one that we chose for. It will be a mural downtown, or I'm sorry, in Campus Town that will really kind of revitalize some of that area. So that was one of the ones that we chose.
Gloria, was your question, did any students apply, or is it for students?
I was wondering about, did students apply? And actually, I know that one of the recipients, that is a recommended recipient, is a student.
Yes.
And I think that's maybe Vivian Cook is a student, or at least she was a student last time I looked. But are there others in this list? It wasn't called out for us.
Sure. Kip Davis, the Hi, How Are You Campus Town mural. That one, I believe, is either a current student or a graduating student. That one was intended to kind of try and help keep a really talented artist in the community for at least a little bit longer to help contribute to us. I'm trying to look at the other. I'm trying to think if Catherine Reinhardt was or not. Sorry, just one moment. I have to look at the applications.
A little unfair of me to ask this. I just thought maybe.
No, and I apologize for making y'all wait. I don't see it in the application for the other 2. And one of them, in fact, the one on Reliable Street, there's one where it will fund 6 artists. I think that's the Reliable Street one. There are some that will involve artists who are currently unnamed, so that some of those could be students. The ones that I know for sure are like you said, Cook, and then Kip Davis either is or very recently was a student. Those are the ones I know about for sure.
Thank you. Other questions?
I have a quick question. So 2 of the requests were funded over the amounts they asked for. Why did the committee decide to do this instead of funding additional projects?
And that's another good question. Again, we really had to be nitpicky on, is this truly, current art or is it, like some of them were wonderful, like a film festival or little libraries for books about Black social things and things like that, which were great and worthwhile, but really weren't new art, and it wasn't specifically bringing it to the community. So weeding those down really narrowed our field, first of all, and so then the remaining ones that were not contributed to were really, the only difference was just that I'm again looking at my spreadsheet, they were things that we couldn't quite define what the money was going for. There were and we did ask some follow-up questions, and there were some additional things that we made contingent in the ones that we selected. But if there were just saying things like, I'd like to do this, but it didn't define, what the money was going to go for, or how it would be used in the community, or so forth. So we really tried to award to those people who specifically were leaving Ames with their art, if that makes sense. And so the 2 that got extra were ones where they were projects where they'd only asked for a portion of the money that they needed. So we thought that we could help flesh out the project a little bit more.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Angie, I think that council really appreciates the fact that you really tried to follow the criteria that was set up, and that you took on something which is brand new and innovative, and it's exciting to see you had a great diversity of projects. I'm sure it was probably pretty hard, but also we hope that the criteria was helpful also to help you, narrow it down and make things that are going to be. I noticed in the report that you want to make sure people could experience the art as council, made very clear in the directions. So.
Thank you. It was a lot of fun for us, so thank you.
All right. Hearing no further questions, I entertain a motion directing staff to prepare contracts for the 4 small art grant projects in accordance with the recommendations provided by the review committee.
So moved.
Corey, thank you. And Rachel, thank you. Any further discussion? Those in favor of the motion?
Oh, John, I just wanted to say how thrilled I am that we got this many applicants, and I do hope that we'll continue for at least another year with the pilot, because I like these and I think they're exciting.
Okay. Those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstaining? Motion carried. Thank you, Angie. Appreciate your time. All right, so we have Dan back. Sorry, Dan, we went ahead and moved on while you were trying to get unfrozen. We heard you talk about the exciting project about the one from Brazil, the Perfect Flight, and then we lost you.
That concludes my remarks, Mayor. Are there any questions? Kenny, what I was saying there, I'm sorry about that. My home internet is spotty, to say the least. What I was saying was that what I really liked about the project is that it's 60 new jobs to the market. And we all know if you drive around any part of our community, everybody's looking for people right now. But the kinds of jobs that this company is creating will be Iowa State graduates and people relocating from other parts of the country, most likely, given the technical side of the positions they're creating. And so I can't promise that all of our job creators and our new projects are going to be that way, but in this instance, when you hear 60 new jobs in the market, when there's about 1,800 jobs, at least that we're aware of, that are available in our marketplace at this point in time, that seems a little daunting. But Perfect Flight's a nice project. It's going into a nice space in the research park. 12 months ago, the research park had a reasonable amount of vacancy, and right now, I think there's a renewed conversation on where they build the next building. And so that's encouraging as well. And that has a lot to do with the work that we do on their behalf and on behalf of the city of Ames as your contractor for economic development. I've been talking about Prairie View Industrial Center for quite some time, and I think we're getting closer. We worked very hard with Steve and his team on the $1.5 million EDA grant from the United States Economic Development Administration. We were encouraged by that. We're grateful that you submitted that application. That's good for that process. I continue to remain very bullish on Prairie View. I really do. We've got a large user right now looking at the southeast corner of Teller and Lincoln Way. Teller was also at one time known as 580th. And they would take the entire 150-acre parcel. They would build multiple facilities and have direct access to the grade separation on US 30 once that's deployed by the DOT. So we're encouraged by that. You saw names like Merck and Danfoss and Barilla and others in our report. Those companies and many others continue to expand and contemplate expansion in the marketplace, which is good for our community. At the same time, one of the things that we really we heard loud and clear and we saw firsthand during the height of the pandemic was the unemployment in our marketplace. It went up pretty fast and it came down pretty fast too. But nonetheless, we saw people that were displaced primarily from the hospitality industry. And that's why I included some information on the second page of my report to you on the training program that we embarked upon with Des Moines Area Community College and United Way of Story County. That was an incredible program, folks. I really have to say, we're not in the training business. We're not even in the coordination of training, but we got into it last year because we saw a real need, and it was great to partner with DMAC and United Way. And there was 36 students in those programs that covered certified nursing assistant, welding, and manufacturing. And you can see the demographics of the students that were in those classes. 96 were considered low income, in part of the low income demographic. 68% had no educational training beyond high school. 64% were female. 39% were people of color. And 21% were people that had recently been inside the justice system. And so we see that program that we put together, frankly, in a hurry during the throes of the pandemic as something we're going to continue to do because it creates such value for our employers, but also for the people that are directly impacted. And so that was a great silver lining of COVID, if you will, for us, is that we found a segment of the population that we think we can lift up with training dollars and programs like this and place them in some really meaningful employment opportunities. Beyond that, I also included a snapshot of the business retention and expansion report that we've been doing for a long time. We take very good care of our existing companies. There's an old number that floats around that 80 to 90% of a community's job growth will come from the people that are already here. I heard Councilwoman Jung talk about an internship at REG. REG is a terrific example of a great company that we never take for granted in this community. We work with them as much as we can, just like all the others, to make sure that as their needs change and as they grow and expand, we're there to avail ourselves to help them access programs, whether it's through workforce development, to the Iowa Economic Development Authority, or other places, to help them grow here first, or at least give them the option to grow here first rather than someplace else. And so we'll continue to be strong on our business retention efforts. We'll continue to go back to some of our marketing traits that we've done in the past. We just didn't do it in 2020. It was really incredible. Nobody traveled anywhere last year, much like in all your businesses, and no different. And so we're back at it, and it's good to be back in the throes of very traditional economic development. I'm really excited about 21. We've got a lot of activity right now. Perfect Flight was a great example of the types of industries that are attracted to Ames and to Iowa State University, and that connection to the institution is so powerful, and we leverage that every day. So I'm going to stop there. I think my internet's still working. I haven't heard from anybody that I froze again, but I do appreciate your consideration. Our board of directors, all about 50 people strong, appreciate the investment the city of Ames makes in the organization, and we're grateful for that partnership. And I'll stop there for any questions.
Thank you, Dan. Questions for Dan?
Dan, have we seen any shift in the number of interns that have been involved in the See Yourself in Ames internship program?
That's a great question. In fact, I meant to mention that tonight was our first intern event, and I think we had just over 100 interns registered for our first See Yourself in Ames event. And I think last year our first event had about 154, so we were down a little bit this year. I do know that one of our large tech companies, Workiva, I think their internships numbers are down a bit, in part because they're not back in the office. They've got probably 80 to 100 people back in the office, but they're not back to full strength. And I think as a result, I don't know this, but I'm suggesting that anecdotally that I think their internship numbers may be down this year. But REG, Ag Certain, Danfoss, a number of our companies are employing interns like they always have, and they're trying to make that intern experience as normal as it can be for the summer for our students and the student population.
I was on that call. I think there was 105 of us this afternoon. So
excellent. Good to know.
Other questions or comments? Dan, on your report, which I appreciate very much, I was intrigued by the chart, the workinames.com job searches. I was quite surprised in 2019. This is not a comment on the contract at all, but it's just your stats. July 1 of 2019 to June 1 of 2020, there's 230,000 searches. And then the following year through May 20th, only 125. So that's about almost half. Do you have any insight into that in terms of why that might be so such a huge decline?
Yeah, I've got a few things. I think in part, people have been on unemployment. That's part of it. I think the pandemic also shifted people out of the workforce altogether. I've talked to a number of our businesses who said that when they sent people home or laid people off, people did not re-enter the workforce, meaning that they enjoyed being home, and maybe they were at an age where they could avail themselves to no longer working, and so that's part of it as well. But by and large, Mayor, most of our larger companies, their people have all come back. And most of them have been back in the operation for quite some time, since before the end of calendar year 21, the start of calendar 21. But this is not a situation that is going to go away anytime soon. We've got, whether it's restaurants or contractors, it runs the gamut of employment opportunities, and so I do find it a bit frustrating when I hear anecdotally or see social media where people say that there are no jobs in Ames. I could drive someone around probably 200 businesses and help them apply for jobs. The jobs are plentiful. They really are. And so I'd encourage you as elected officials, if you hear that from someone, have them call our office. We'll actually help them find work. We get that granular with some people because if we can put a good candidate in front of one of our companies, that's what we're here to do. And so we're not above or afraid to do that for anybody. Anybody that calls us, we're going to help them.
I can personally testify to the fact that there was it was an Asian lady that contacted me through a friend looking for work, and Brenda worked tirelessly to try and help her get matched to someone that could really take. And she's a very, very qualified individual with like a master's or doctorate in some kind of, very specialized area. And I know that Brenda got right on that quite a way. So it's, what you're saying is true, that there's personal service. The other question is that and maybe again, this is a harbinger of COVID, on the AAMS EDC website, went from 15,600 visits down to 4,500. Again, is that just from the standpoint companies just were not looking, or recruiters weren't looking for sites, or can you, I'm not being critical, it's just more or less, we got COVID thrown in here. I think people need to be aware of what's going on and how the marketplace has changed from a workforce, and also people looking to come to AAMS.
That would point directly back to our lack of marketing in 2020. We see significant jumps in our web activity. We'll do a monthly email to site selectors and consultants around the country, like Perfect Flight. Most likely, we'll send out something on Perfect Flight in the next 2 weeks, talking about this really cool international company that's coming to AAMS and going to the research park, and we'll see a jump, a spike in our activity on that website. That website isn't a place where local citizens necessarily go. It's really an external audience that hits that site, and so that ties directly back to the pandemic. We didn't spend a nickel on marketing last year, and as a result of that, I think our activity was down significantly on our web traffic, as well as our prospect activity. Although we still had projects, just the general flow and the funnel was not nearly as full because there was so much uncertainty. And so I would tie that directly back to the fact that most companies were in a holding pattern or in a pattern of survival. I think really like we all were at some level. And so that's why our activity was as low as it was.
And the last thing I just want to ask, and that is, Council Dan was like a dog basically he was just a tiger going after this potential change from a metropolitan MSA, metropolitan statistical area. Can you talk about that a little bit, and the amount of work that you put in to try and contact people in Washington, D.C., and trying to get others on our behalf? Can you talk about that? And that may not be part of maybe it's a chamber, but it certainly has to do with economic development too.
It gets pretty fuzzy there because it impacts us at all. Being an MSA or a metropolitan statistical area matters. It matters from a funding standpoint. It matters from a marketing standpoint, certainly for us. We are included on lists. You think about all these different rankings that are here in this document tonight. We get those rankings because we're sorted with other metros across the country, significant metros, very large metros across the country, but that helps us. It puts us on the map with site selectors and consultants and people that are looking to site projects. At the same time, and I can't speak to this as well because it's not as clear to me what that does to the funding that comes directly from the federal government to the city of AAMS. We're concerned about that too. We want the city to maintain that funding and have that direct pipeline. And what we don't know is if we lose that MSA status, how much that will hurt our community. Now, the reason there's discussion about us being eliminated as an MSA is that there's been a study done that maybe MSA should be of the core community being at least 100,000 people, and then the rest of the market, gets calculated in there as well. So, for example, right now, I think we're at 77,000. I think I saw that number here recently. We're quite short of that $100,000 threshold, 100,000 population threshold as a city of AAMS. Now, as an MSA, we're about 124,000 because you've got the population of Story County and the population of Boone County. Boone County is included in the AAMS MSA because of the heavy commuter patterns that come from Boone County into AAMS. And that makes a lot of sense when you think about it. And so actually our MSA jumped in the last 10 years. I think it was in 2016 is when Boone was included as part of our MSA. Anecdotally, you should know that the reason we have access to EDA funding now is because we're together with those two counties. That's helped us significantly. Twice now, once in the research park for EDA funding, and now with Prairie View Industrial Center. And so they're waiting for a new director of the Office of Management and Budget, or OMB, to be appointed. And we are watching it every day because we just cannot afford to lose this status. There's two cities in Iowa that are two MSAs that could lose their status, and that's Ames and Dubuque. And Dubuque is working very tirelessly on this too. Both their chamber, their economic development organization, and their city are all talking to federal officials. And I know Steve has, I know the mayor has. I continue to reach out, and we're going to do everything we can to maintain that status. Again, they really can't say what will happen to us if that changes, but we just can't fathom that it'll be good for us. And so we'd like to keep that ranking. We'd like to keep that status because it gets us in front of a lot of people that wouldn't see us otherwise. And it feels to me like if we fall off that list, it looks like we're not growing. And frankly, we are. We're just not growing at the clip that a lot of markets across the country are.
I think that you contacted Debbie Durham and the governor, I think, to help get them to advocate on our behalf. And I know that Representative Feenstra was also very concerned about this and active. I think so was Senator Ernst and also Senator Grassley also. So there's been a lot of action and communication. Yeah. But it's all part of the job. At the point, I think it's just important to let council and the community know what you are doing because it is of concern, and we hope that it doesn't. And it's really an arbitrary, in a way, capricious decision that came out of nowhere, but it could affect a lot of communities around the nation. So.
That's true. Yeah, we've had very good cooperation with Congresswoman Axney, Congresswoman Henson. All of them have written letters on our behalf, and as well as Dubuque's behalf. And so we've had great collegiality as it relates to this, and we hope that continues because we need to keep this designation.
Thank you.
Glad you brought that up, Mayor.
Any other questions or comments? All right, we're going to open up public input. Is there anybody that wishes to address council before action is taken on approving this contract with the Ames Economic Development Commission?
Yes, Mayor. LM has their hand raised.
You would please introduce yourself and state your address, and then you would please endeavor to keep your comments to 3 minutes or less.
LM, would you please unmute yourself?
Still trying, Deb, or should I move on?
If you want to move on, I don't see anyone else wishing to speak.
Okay. All right, we'll close public. Is the LM still trying, or I don't want to just cut off this individual if they're trying?
Yeah, I don't see them in our meeting or waiting as an attendee.
Okay, very good. We'll close public input if there's no one else wishing to address council on this item. All right, I entertain a resolution approving the contract with Ames Economic Development Commission for economic development activities from July 1, 2021 through June 30, 2022 in an amount not to exceed $150,000.
So moved.
Garden.
Second.
Betcher, thank you. Any further discussion? Roll call.
Junk,
Aye.
Corey.
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Edie Hansen,
Aye.
Fletcher,
Aye.
Garten.
Aye.
Thank you, Dan. Appreciate your time and the presentation. And I think he froze again. All right, moving on to item number 34, hearing on final amendments to fiscal year 2021 budget. Nancy and Dwayne.
So Nancy and I are both on. Just just a quick background. I think if you remember when we were doing these final amendments last year, it was a little bit unique situation. These amendments typically just wrap up a few items that may happen, new grants or some things from the budget amendment that we do along with our regular budget that you pass in March. But last year, due to COVID, Steve tasked all the departments to go through and do a real full look at their budgets. So we had a very detailed amendment process last year. This year, I would say we're back to a more typical arrangement on the amendments, and you don't see, kind of the just very small numbers in there that we saw last year when we were looking to get essentially every dollar that we could find, given the situation we knew we might be in. But Nancy, do you have any specifics you want to cover with the amendment?
No, I don't think so. I think what you said is true. They were a lot simpler this year. There were a few kind of maybe unusual ones that were just caused by us restructuring how we were handling some funds and tracking things. They were more just for ourselves. But we'd be glad to answer any questions about any of the amendments.
Thank you, Dwayne and Nancy. Comments or questions for either of them? Seeing none, declare the public hearing on the final amendment to fiscal year 2021 budget to be open. Is there anybody, Deb, that would like to address council on this item tonight?
No, Mayor, I don't see anyone wishing to address this item.
Okay. We have a public hearing to be closed. Entertain a resolution amending current budget for fiscal year ending June 30, 2021 by increasing revenues by $3,901,515 and increasing expenditures by $4,212,534.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Amber, thank you. Roll call.
Corriere,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Judy Hansen,
Aye.
Betcher,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Junk.
Aye.
Thank you, Dwayne and Nancy. Thank you, council.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 35, annexation of properties at intersection of Lincoln Highway and North 500th Avenue. Kelly. We have no audio from you, Kelly.
Hey, do you have audio now?
Now we do. Thank you.
All right. Sorry. Eloise Solstrom will present the items, but as you notice on the agenda, there are two items listed. The first one is to consider an Ames Urban Fringe Plan amendment to change the land use class to allow for annexation of the property. And then there's the second item is the annexation itself. So when you're looking at this tonight, you do need to take action in that order. The first must be approved for the second to be approved. And with that, I'll hand it over to Eloise to walk through the two items.
Good evening. So you may recall back in March, the council initiated a voluntary annexation. And before I delve into the annexation per se, I want to talk more about the Urban Fringe Plan amendment. And what happened is once we delved into the details of the annexation, we discovered that an Urban Fringe Plan amendment was required in order to proceed with the annexation. There was a portion of the property, not all of it, but a portion of it, that was still designated on the land use class map as rural urban transitional. In order for the property to be annexed, it has to have the designation of urban service area. If you refer to your graphics in your packet, you'll see attachment A shows the area that's involved. It's about 26.5 acres of the total. And attachment B shows that land use class map. The applicant is actually the city, and you initiated the minor amendment on April 15th at the request of staff. As you know, the Ames Urban Fringe Plan is a shared land use plan for the 2-mile area around the city that was developed cooperatively by Story County, the city of Ames, and the city of Gilbert. The 28E agreement lays out processes for annexation, subdivision, plan review, and amendments for lands within the fringe area. And the 28E agreement requires that any land may be annexed into the city, that before any land is annexed into the city, it must have this urban service area designation. Both the area to the north of the subject property and to the south of Lincoln Highway are already designated urban service area, and you can see that on attachment B. Changing the land use class map to urban service area will allow the properties to proceed with the annexation process, and it will allow Ames to grow in an orderly manner where there's coordination of annexation with the timely and efficient extension of public services and facilities. Also in line with the 28E agreement with our partners of Story County and City of Gilbert, we did provide them with information on the request. And so subsequently, on May 3rd, the City of Gilbert approved the amendment, and on May 11th, Story County Board of Supervisors approved the amendment. Planning and Zoning met on May 5th and also voted 6-0 to recommend approval of the proposed map change. So I'm not going to go into any other details on this particular item at this time. I will open it up for questions that you might have on the Urban Fringe Plan amendment, just that component of item 35. We do recommend that you would adopt alternative 1, which would be to approve a minor amendment to the Ames Urban Fringe Plan land use class map from rural urban transition area to urban service area for the area extending westward from the current city boundary to the county line and northward along North 500th Avenue, comprising approximately 26.5 acres. Are there any questions on this item?
I don't see any.
Do you want me to continue with discussing the annexation and then have the public hearing for both at the same time?
I think so, Eloise. I think that given the fact that they are kind of tied together, why don't you go ahead and go through item 35B, the 80-20 annexation. Then we'll go ahead and see if the council has any questions. Then we'll open up the public hearing, which will allow them to talk about the annexation, which obviously they can also offer comments regarding the resolution on the land use change as well too.
Okay, so on March 23rd, the council voted to initiate a voluntary annexation. This was for 11 parcels totaling 41.11 acres plus rights of way located immediately west of the Ames corporate limits and extending westward along Lincoln Highway to the Boone County line, and then northward along North 500th Avenue. This is the quadrant of land that's immediately to the west and to the south of Sunset Ridge subdivision. The action was in response to an annexation petition received from Chuck Winkleblack, which included 7 parcels owned by 2 owners, Flummerfelt Quail Ridge LLC and John R. Crane, along with rights of way along North 500th Avenue, totaling 36.76 acres. State law permits voluntary annexation to include up to 20% of the territory with non-consenting abutting properties. There are actually 4 properties that are considered non-consenting that were initiated to be part of this annexation. At the time the city council initiated the annexation, there were several conditions placed upon it, and those conditions have been met. They were defining the annexation territory as the original petition plus all 4 non-consenting properties plus abutting rights of way. 2, requiring receipts of waiver of withdrawal from the 2 consenting property owners prior to proceeding with the annexation. 3, designating planning and housing staff as representatives in the consultation with township trustees and county supervisors. And 4, directing staff to prepare a development agreement addressing infrastructure needs and developer responsibilities related to future development. The 80-20 annexation was initiated in order to form a more uniform boundary for the area and to avoid creating an island. The proposed annexation did include a half-acre island parcel that is owned by Lemire Land Holdings LLC, which is a non-consenting property. Islands are not permissible by state law in an annexation area. And then additionally, there were 3 remaining parcels on the north side of Lincoln Highway, which comprised 5.92 acres of land. And these properties, all 4 of these properties, are interspersed among the applicants' properties with private drive extensions to Lincoln Highway. So the inclusion of these properties is really important to make a uniform boundary along Lincoln Highway, which provides access to all of the properties. And the city already has jurisdiction of Lincoln Highway to the Boone County line. So it makes sense from that standpoint as well for efficient delivery of services. There are 3 separate entities that own the 4 non-consenting properties, and the total acreage of these non-consenting parcels is 6.42 acres. And these parcels represent 15.6% of the total annexation territory, not including the rights of way. There's approximately 4.04 acres of rights of way. Because it's less than the 20%, it can proceed as an 80-20 annexation. The Planning and Zoning Commission discussed the request. There were several members of the public that also spoke. Mostly those individuals spoke with concerns about the future rezoning, including potential for a manufactured home park and other aspects of the property, but not particularly related to the annexation per se. Therefore, as a result, the commission voted 6-0 to recommend it, 6-0 to recommend that the city council approve the request to annex 41.11 acres plus rights of way. And by finding that the proposed annexation is consistent with the land use policy plan and urban fringe plan pending approval of the urban fringe plan amendment that's on your agenda tonight. Additionally, on May 11th, the Story County Board of Supervisors passed resolution in support of the proposed annexation. So I mentioned previously one of the conditions of the annexation was to have included a pre-annexation agreement that would outline particular issues related to infrastructure and future development. Most of the property previously was part of a rural subdivision, so there are a number of undeveloped 6,000 square foot lots that we wanted to make sure that the properties are recombined and then divided as legal lots according to city standards. So the attached agreement that you have, it has been signed by the property owners. So they have agreed to these conditions. One was a traffic study to look at how the development would impact access to the site and what improvements might be needed. That traffic study is underway currently and would be completed prior to any rezoning of the property, assuming that the property is in fact annexed. Infrastructure extensions. There is infrastructure available at that could be extended, and so some of those details are also included in the annexation agreement. And there's stub streets from Sunset Ridge. We wanted to make sure that those public streets are extended into this area to continue what was intended when that subdivision was master planned. And then, as I mentioned before, the previously platted county lots. So the subject area, this annexation territory, it is within the Southwest Growth Area 1 of the city's current land use policy plan. And the Southwest Allowable Growth Area has long been considered the next development area on the periphery of Ames. And also this same allowable growth area has been included within the Tier 1 West Growth Area in the draft comprehensive plan, Ames Plan 2040. With the approval of the fringe plan change to urban service area, the annexation request will be consistent with both the city's land use policy plan and the Ames urban fringe plan. The annexation cannot proceed as 100% voluntary due to the half-acre island parcel owned by a non-consenting property owner. Therefore, it must proceed as an 80-20 annexation to include all the territory that is part of the initial petition for annexation plus the one island parcel. 3 additional parcels owned by non-consenting property owners are also included as initiated by the council. And if the annexation were to proceed without the entire quadrant, irregular boundaries along Lincoln Highway would result. The 4 parcels represented by non-consenting property owners total 15.6% of the total real property acreage, which is allowed under the Code of Iowa. Therefore, it's the recommendation of the city manager that the city council act in accordance with alternative 1, which is to approve the 80-20 annexation of 41.11 acres real property, not including rights of way, and approve the development agreement related to future development requirements with the consenting property owners. And I will mention that if you do approve this annexation, the next step would be that it does need to go to the city development board for final approval because of having non-consenting property owners included. So I will end my presentation and open it up for questions if you have any.
Any questions for Eloise? Eloise, we in the packet there is the development agreement, but neither one has executed signature pages. Do you have those in hand?
Yes, the city clerk received those yesterday.
From both Hummerfelt and also from the Cranes.
That's correct.
Okay. And then either if you or Kelly could comment. I know there's been some concern expressed by people either by email or by previous oral comments about the use of the land. There's been some concern about it being shown as small lots that could be for manufactured housing or whatever. That is not what we're talking about tonight. Is that correct? And what will be the next step if council approves resolution and the annexation? What is the next step regarding that?
So the next step is it goes to the city development board for a public hearing. If they choose to proceed with the annexation by approving it as presented with all 11 parcels, then it would be recorded as an annexation. And then the next step for the developer would be, once the traffic study is completed, to submit a master plan and request rezoning. And that's when the rezoning and the details of a plan would be put forth for public comment and for the public to be able to understand what's being proposed and see if there are any concerns at that time. So with the annexation, what happens is that the land automatically becomes zoned agricultural. And in order for it to be developed, it would then need to be rezoned. The land use policy would indicate that it's primarily for housing at urban densities, with a commercial node at the corner of Lincoln Way and North 500th Avenue.
Thank you. John, I have a follow-up question, Eloise. So, refresh our memory. It seemed like in our last discussion of this, there was some expression that there were some challenges of having this be a manufactured home, that there was something about the layout. Could you remind us where things are in terms of the analysis of the appropriacy? I know that's not ultimately our task tonight, but I was just curious if there's been any further analysis of the appropriacy of this property as a manufactured home area.
So I will say that the development plan has not been submitted to the city. So we don't have anything to speak from in that regard. When in talking with the developer and discussing terms for the pre-annexation agreement, we clearly stated, and it was agreed to, that those stub streets from Sunset Ridge would be extended into the property in some fashion, and that single-family residential housing could then be continued for those streets.
Just a minute, Eloise. The agreement doesn't say anything about single-family homes. It just says the streets need to come into the site.
Okay.
So just to be clear, the agreement does not dictate use in the future. That'll be that rezoning step in the process. So in response to your evaluation of it as a manufactured home site, that has not been done because that has not been proposed to us. The scope of the traffic study includes commercial development in housing as kind of a highest and best use, the kind of the worst case, most intense traffic generation uses for that area, but it hasn't evaluated a specific layout or a specific mix of uses. So there hasn't been any in-depth review or discussion or analysis of potential layouts of the site.
But Kelly, does the land use policy plan, as it says now, allow that to happen?
So the land use policy plan, which is going to be floating suburban for 2/3 roughly of the area, and then commercial in that corner, as Eloise said, the land use policy plan would let you consider rezoning to RLP, which is our manufactured home park zoning. It doesn't require you to approve it. You can approve FSRL, which is low density suburban residential. You could look at FSRM, or you could look at a PRD. So there's really 4 zoning options going forward with a wide variety of housing types that could be considered.
So, I mean, it is sort of interesting, and I appreciate sort of the dilemma of the neighbors. I think this land is very, very ripe for annexation. As I've stated, I wish we could have annexed this land a long time ago. But I don't remember us having a situation where the annexation proposal didn't have a fairly clear objective in terms of how the property was going to be used. So this feels a little bit different than some of the other annexations that we've done. And so we want to bring it in, but yet we're not sure. So it just feels different to me, and I can sort of appreciate the conundrum of the neighbors.
I think the only difference, Tim, is that no one has proposed a manufactured home park in the city in probably about 10 years. So it happened to be that the applicant indicated to staff they were interested in pursuing that option. So most land that's annexed to the city, it's the same 4 options that are available to them as what's available on this property. It just so happens the applicant indicated over a year ago they were interested in reviewing that option, whereas typically no one has brought that up previously.
Yeah, that's fair. Thank you.
Any questions for staff? All right, I'm going to declare the public hearing regarding the 80/20 annexation of properties in this area to be open. And also you may offer comments regarding not only the annexation, but also the minor amendment to the Ames Urban Fringe Plan land use class map as part of your comments, in that they are in a way intertwined, and would ask people to strive to limit their comments to no more than 5 minutes, preferably closer to 3 minutes, given the fact that it does involve annexing people's property. So with that, we'll declare the public hearing to be open. And Deb, if there's people that want to address, you may allow them in, and we ask you to state your name and your address before you start your comments.
Mayor B. Adams would like to speak.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Brian Adams. I live at 5507 Lincoln Way. And I'd like to remind the group that ownership and the property lines do not change post-annexation. That will still exist until somebody buys or, purchase somebody else's land. So with that in mind, I would like to ask Gloria Betcher and Tim Garten why they feel it is to my personal benefit to be annexed forcibly into the city.
Do you have any more comments, Brian?
Oh, thank you.
Brian, you're welcome to continue your comments if you like. If you're done, that's fine. Also want to make sure that people understand that if they pose questions to council, they will not be answered. This is not a dialogue. This is time for people to ask. They can ask questions, and they may be responded. They might be responded to. Additionally, you have one opportunity to address council, not multiple opportunities. So, Brian, if you'd like to continue, you're welcome to. Otherwise, if you're done, thank you for your comments.
All right. Sorry for that, because as of yet, as I stated last time I went to Kelly Diekman, as proposed by the mayor, to get information about how my property use would change being in the city. His explanation was a one short page of frequently asked questions, which was very vague and short. And he said it was too complicated because it comes from too many sources to explain the criteria that would come upon me. And so I'm still at a loss of what is going to happen to me. What am I responsible for? What am I financially responsible for? And I don't see, even though the front of my property already has easements to run all the utilities up there across it. So I don't see any reason why annexation of my property benefits the city in any manner whatsoever. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Brian. Anybody else, Deb?
Mayor, I don't see anyone else wishing to speak. Oh, I take that back. Chuck Winkleblack.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I guess I would just urge your approval to keep the annexation moving forward. We understand that there will be a lot more discussion and likely vigorous discussion on the rezoning requests that will likely come forward when we're done with the City Development Board. But this evening, I would urge you to approve the amendment to the land use policy plan, as well as the annexation, to keep the process moving forward. and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck. Anybody else, Deb?
Yes, Brant Lemire.
Yes, Brant Lemire, 5333 Tabor Drive, and also 5615 Lincoln Way. I want to just say that if I would like to put this on hold, maybe for a week or two until we get some more questions answered. Mr. Adams brought up a few, and I've been bringing up a few in past meetings that still have not been answered to see if we want to be still non-consenting or consenting. Like Chuck said, if we could go forward with the first part on the land use policy, that's fine, I think, but I just want to hold off on the annexation part for now, because there's no interest to all the talk that we've had in past meetings here. There's been no commercial frontage. So I don't want to slow down their process, the applicant's process. If they want to do their that's great. That sounds like they want off the Lincoln Way process anyway. So either put this on hold or draw a straight line north of the non-consenting parties, and they can start an annex for now. They can start their development, and we can revisit this later when there's more interest in the front. But yeah, that's all I have for now, unless you got any questions.
You said you have some questions that still are hanging. Can you identify those questions?
Well, it's been identified in past meetings, and staff knows it all on email. I even have a professional engineer that has emailed as well some questions on this behalf. So yeah, there's numerous of them. I mean, I can just touch some bullet points on them. What road access are is there going to be road access and once we get annexed? I know some of these questions are tied in with zoning going forward next, but there's stormwater issues. That's a big issue on this area, stormwater. Is there going to be stormwater financial going to be forced on us, if we're non-consenting, and that we have to assist to as well. And maybe it would be nice to know this because maybe we want to be non-consenting at this time if there's any to have shared costs on. I mean, that's been in depth on some discussion. There's this numerous. RLP, what else? I mean, Kelly did a good job here earlier explaining of what is allowed, on the next step of zoning, RLP, and whatnot. So, but yeah, we just got numerous questions. And again, I'd like my engineer to handle most of them when we get to that point. But yeah, the return response of email to him was things we already know. We wanted an elaborate. We wanted a get together meeting, and we never got such.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, just to be clear, we have met with Brant on multiple occasions, even just a week ago.
Kelly, can we let's see if you have any more questions, and I think I'll summarize a couple of them, and I'd love to have your feedback.
Okay.
Anybody else, Deb?
No one else besides the three who've already spoken.
Okay. Thank you. We will close public hearing. Kelly, if you want to go ahead, and then you may answer some of the things I wrote down that may be beneficial for council and the people voicing comments.
It's probably been over a year since I had communications with Mr. Adams. We do have a frequently asked questions, which talks about some of the changes or nuances in laws about being in the city or not being in the city. If you're concerned about your property taxes, Story County has a tool where everyone can estimate their own property taxes. Staff doesn't have to do that for somebody. For the most part, what happens, you come into the city, you come in as agricultural zoning, you end up having police and fire protection by the city. You are part of the city, so you vote for the city council in addition to your normal voting for Story County. But in regards to having utilities brought to you and delivered to you, that is not what happens when you come into the city. You have the option of hooking up to facilities or extending facilities to serve yourself, but the city does not just bring that to you. That doesn't happen anywhere in the city. So a number of the questions about future use and development, they are not answerable at this time. It is really predicated on development proposals. The city doesn't come in and say this is the precise alignment of utilities. That is something that we review through the subdivision process. We have standards in our subdivision code about how to look at utilities and street extensions, and we would look at that in relation to the proposed use. For the traffic study, we are considering future road access points. So we are looking at spacing, we are looking at controls, we're also looking at the trip generation for the different uses. So the traffic study is not done tonight. Again, all of this really relates back to the future decisions on what the use mix is, and then the more precise delineation through the development process of either a subdivision or site development plan. So with annexation, very, very rare that you would have a plan for a development that someone has invested in and know exactly what you're getting into with an annexation. That's why we have the comprehensive plan, and that's why we have zoning and the subdivision code to guide all those later decisions.
So their property would remain zoned agriculture as long as they own their property. Is that correct?
Yeah, they're free to propose rezoning themselves to something that's consistent with the comprehensive plan. They would have to petition to the city a rezoning application, just like everyone else. Otherwise, you'll sit as agricultural use, and it's a single family home is an allowed use in an agricultural zone. That's why it's a default. There's not a whole lot of other uses that you can do, and that's why we look at people having to rezone so we can review the use and the development needs for that at that time.
I understand you're not an assessor and you may not have an opinion, but the point is what impact, if any, would be on them financially from a tax standpoint.
So I can't answer that. All I can, and this is what I tell people, just go to Story County Tax Assessor. There's a tool. You can pick which taxing entities or which jurisdictions you're in, and it will calculate your tax rate for you. So staff doesn't ever estimate people's property taxes. We point them to Story County to do that.
In exchange for some increased taxes, there's some increased services provided in terms of police and fires.
Yeah, so typically there's a drop off of some township and some rural levies, but then you pick up the city levy for those services that are replaced by city services versus rural services.
And how about one of the questions I had was the financial impact, and both asked that question in terms of stormwater improvements or other things that they would be potentially imposed on them. Is that correct or incorrect?
I'm not really even sure what imposed on them would mean. The city does not have the ability to force you to pay for something you're not using. We would review all of these improvements as part of a development proposal. The city does not have any infrastructure projects that we are putting forward out here that we're expecting other people to participate in.
So they can continue to enjoy the use of their property just as it is without having to make any improvements from stormwater or bringing in utilities on their property, because their property is their property and people around them have to work with their property lines and contours. Is that correct?
Right. So the city does not have, I'm not even sure really how to address the stormwater comment. That's an issue that we usually deal with through development, where you have to do the post-construction stormwater management ordinance, where we have an assessment of the runoff for the property. You design detention facilities and you connect to the city's storm sewer system and manage water. These properties are in a drainage district. That doesn't change. When you come into the city, you stay in a drainage district. It's not our jurisdiction to alter the drainage district. So if you're already in a drainage district, you're going to stay in a drainage district. If you come in the city, it doesn't make you join a drainage district.
But the point being, though, is that if all the consenting property, they do their development, they have to do their own stormwater detention management, do their improvements, et cetera, but they would come up to the property lines of the adjacent non-consenting property. And if they choose not to participate in anything, they're not being forced to pay for anything. that's being developed off their site or to make some improvements on their site to coincide with the improvements on the other sites. Is that correct?
Yeah, we don't have a way to compel other property owners to do things to the benefit of another property owner. That is not how things are done in the development process. That's literally a taking of property rights if the city is forcing you to give up some of your property control to the benefit of another party.
And Kelly, just to clarify, what we could impose a special assessment, could we not? If there was
in theory, but we have to go through the benefit analysis. It's not a given what that is. For example, if you were to, it would normally just be for a street improvement, which we're not proposing here because it's already a paved street that provides access to these properties, so that there's unlikely to be anything regarding a street assessment. If the city did water and sewer improvements and formed a connection district, you pay when you hook up. You don't get assessed for those things in advance.
I agree, but just there seems sort of a broad statement. I just wanted to clarify that whether now or at some point in the future, that would be a possibility that this council or some other city council could utilize a special assessment to create a benefit that would be shared by a group of property owners, even though it would burden a particular property owner. That's my only point. I just want to make sure that we're fair with this idea of the potential burden that we're having on owners.
Yeah, again, if it's a city project to do that, if it's driven by a development proposal, that's not the same thing as what you're describing. That would have to be a city-led project that has city benefit and then has an analysis of what the private owner's benefit is at the same time.
And you have received emails from them. I understand what their issues are, and you've endeavored to try and answer them either through fact sheets or other comments. Is that correct? Or things that can be answered. There's things that you said can't be answered at this point in time.
Yeah, for the most part, the things that are, in my opinion, the things that are not answered are things that can't be answered until you have a development proposal, either by the property owner or by the applicant for the annexation when they develop.
Okay, thank you. All right, any final questions for Kelly or Eloise on these items? All right, we'll go back to item 35A, entertaining a motion on resolution approving a minor amendment to Ames Urban Fringe Plan Land Use Class Map Amendment from rural to urban transition area to urban service area for the area extending westward from current city boundary to the county line, approximately 1,500 feet along Lincoln Highway, and northward along 500th Avenue, approximately 768 feet.
So moved.
I had a question about what you just said, Mayor. Okay, yeah, so did you second it, Tim?
Sorry.
All right.
Is in our packet, this is 35B?
35A.
Yeah,
No,
it's backwards in the packet, right? But Kelly said that we have to do the urban fringe plan amendment first.
Right, but the mayor's comment involved 35A. I just wonder if that impacted the motion at all.
My understanding from what Kelly explained, first of all, we have to go ahead and make a minor amendment to the urban fringe plan.
Yes.
And so that's item 35A on the agenda.
On the website, it's 35A.
Yeah, the label on my report and on the agenda, 35A is the Ames Urban Fringe Plan Amendment.
Okay, so it's just the packet that's wrong.
Yeah, the bookmarks in the packet have it backwards. That's all.
Okay. If you're saying if I downloaded the whole packet as a PDF versus the hyperlinked version that's online?
Yes.
I'm using the hyperlinked version, and it's correct in the hyperlinked way. Okay.
In the full packet, this is 35B. If you download the entire packet.
Okay.
Action item number is 35B.
So on the posted agenda, it is 35A is the Ames Urban Fringe Plan Amendment.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure it wasn't an issue with the motion. That's.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tim is laughing at me, but it
I
can.
think the point is that my understanding is that this item has to come first.
It has to.
Right. Any further questions or comments? Everyone understand the motion? Roll call.
Martin,
Aye.
Beatty Hansen,
Aye.
Betcher,
Aye.
Barton,
Aye.
Junk,
Aye.
Corriere.
Aye.
All right. Next 35B. Entertain a motion on resolution approving annexation of all consenting and non-consenting properties as described in the alternative 1A.
So moved. Second.
Discussion? I'm referring to, as point of clarification, thank you, Gloria, item 35, page 3, alternative 1A. Roll call.
Beatty Hansen,
Aye.
Betcher,
Aye.
Barton,
Aye.
Junk,
Aye.
Corriere,
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
And I'd entertain a motion on resolution approving development agreement addressing infrastructure needs and developer responsibilities for future development.
So moved.
Second.
Second, thank you. Roll call.
Betcher,
Aye.
Barton,
Aye.
Junk,
Aye.
Corriere,
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Beatty Hansen.
Aye.
Thank you. Moving on. Nothing else. My understanding that takes care of you. Is that correct, Kelly and Eloise?
That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly, on item 36, do you want to offer any input? I understand we want to continue the hearing to June 8th.
Just as the memo said, we're still working with the applicant to refine some details. Had a really good conversation this afternoon about the park. I really think we'll have it kind of hammered out for everybody and be very clear by next week to be on the June 8th meeting.
Okay. Entertain a motion to continue the public hearing on the master plan amendment for 5571 Hyde Avenue, Hayden's Preserve, formerly known as Rose Prairie, to June 8th, 2021.
So moved.
Second.
Bronwyn and Gloria, thank you. Those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstaining? Motion carried. Thank you, Kelly. All right, moving on, item 37, hearing on auditorium HVAC replacement. And council, the agenda calls for a resolution to approve final plan specifications awarding the contract. And in fact, that should, the city manager's recommendation is to just approve or just accept the reported bids. Corey, you want to share anything about this?
Yeah, you can kind of see in the council action form, we had this in front of council once before and rejected bids because it came in too high. We removed quite a few items and added an alternate. And the bids actually came in higher. Talking to the contractor and engineer, there's a lot of supply chain issues and materials are going up in costs. So we want to take this time to see if there's something we can do with the project and to explore funding or what our options are on this project. And we'll bring it back to council at a future date.
Questions for Corey?
Corey, is there any kind of timing issue on this project? I mean, is there any issue with waiting?
The biggest issue is going to be if the current system fails. As you can see in the council action form, some of the system is original to the building, and some of the system, the rest of the system was put in when the building was turned into City Hall. So we're definitely at the end of the lifespan for the system. It is currently working, but we just don't know when that failure date's going to be. So that's what we need to discuss. If we need to come back, see if the market changes, or if it's going to change at all, things like that. So we definitely need to take our time and kind of figure this out and make sure we get it right.
Thank you. All right. Questions for Corey? Other questions? I'll declare the public hearing on the auditorium HVAC replacement project to be open. Is there anyone that wants to address council on this topic tonight?
Mayor Brandt, Lemur's hand is still raised, but I believe that was for a previous topic.
Okay.
So other than that, I don't see any other hands raised.
Thank you. The public hearing to be closed. Entertain a motion on accepting the report of bids for the auditorium HVAC replacement.
Move acceptance.
Thank you, Gloria.
Second.
Thanks, Rachel. Those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstaining? Motion carried. Thank you. Thanks, Corey. Moving on to item number 38, hearing on the 2020-2021 Arterial Street Pavement Improvement Project, Duff Avenue to Meadow Lane Avenue. Any questions for staff on this item tonight? Hearing none, I'll declare the public hearing on the 2020-2021 Arterial Street Pavement Improvement Project, 13th Street, Duff Avenue to Meadow Lane Avenue to be open. Is there anyone that wants to address council on this topic tonight?
Mayor, I don't see anyone with their hand raised.
Thank you, Deb. Close public hearing. Entertain a motion on resolution approving final plan specifications and awarding the contract to Construct of Ames, Iowa in the amount of $2,934,292.90.
Move resolution.
Thank you, Amber.
Second.
Thank you, Rachel. Roll call, please.
Barton,
Aye.
Junk,
Aye.
Moriarty,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Edie Hampton,
Aye.
Fletcher.
Aye.
All right, thank you. Moving on to item 39, presentation of proposed exterior property maintenance code. Rich and Sarah, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening. Is Steve frozen?
No, he just looks like that all the time.
Oh, lovely.
Whoa.
Okay. So you may remember a couple properties concerns that council had last summer, and as a result asked staff to review additions to a property maintenance ordinance. We don't actually have one property maintenance ordinance. Rather, the restrictions we do have are scattered throughout the whole municipal code. So we've provided a staff report with a draft ordinance of a lot of the things that we receive as staff complaints we've received over the years. It kind of covers three main areas: lack of regulation that we have, and then everything being scattered, and also the length of time that it has taken for us to gain compliance. So we have, in the last year, gone to court a few times to try to obtain compliance, and it's just a very lengthy process. Once we get to court, we obviously have to win the case, which we've mostly been successful at doing, but then we also have to petition the court to authorize us to enter the property and abate the violation. So it takes a really long time, and it can be burdensome for the neighbors that are having to experience these issues. So we've created an ordinance that includes some cleaner language. It puts everything into one ordinance, so we have the same citation, enforcement, appeal processes, which will help us educate the public a lot easier. And then it also provides some criteria for abatement without having to go through the court process. So we've reviewed several other jurisdictions, and they allow for abatement of these nuisances without issuing a citation.
It doesn't take the ability for us to issue a citation away, so we can still cite someone, but it does give us the ability to abate the issue prior to that. So it should expedite those processes, especially for those habitual offenders that we deal with time and time again. So I thought we would maybe just go through some of the new language. There's about 15 items that are not currently in the municipal code that we wanted to add. And I have some pictures and a PowerPoint to share with you to help illustrate it a little bit. Are you able to see that?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Okay, so the first one, this follows along in your staff report. So item number 1, under the code sections we're adding, this is garbage at the curb. So I don't have a good picture of a receptacle at the curb. Right now, it's a violation in the rental code for you to leave your garbage receptacle at the curb for more than 24 hours. This is kind of why they end up getting knocked over, garbage spills out. Obviously, this isn't the exact same situation. We do have language right now in Chapter 10 of the Municipal Code that requires garbage to be in hard watertight containers. We're going to carry that over into this ordinance so we can continue to utilize it. And this would be a really great example of if somebody leaves this out. Ultimately, we would have to go through the citation process right now to enter the property and remove these items, where if we had the abatement procedure as we're proposing in the code, we would have the ability to enter the property, take the items, and then assess those costs back to the property owner. The second one is outdoor storage. So these are actually the two cases that caused us some issues last summer. You might be aware. Garbage items stored outside. We actually did issue citations. We won in court, and then we had to request the judge to have us enter the property so we could abate these. We did the abatement. We've assessed the cost back. I haven't checked with finance department to see where they're at with making payment, but ultimately, if they don't make those payments, then we would come back to council and ask for it to be assessed back to their property the same way we do with snow and ice removal. Stagnant water, that's not currently in the code. It's not used very often, but this is a good example of it would have been really, really helpful to have this. We actually remedied this issue by pure persuasion, but it took a long time. So this affected the neighboring property owner. It obviously became a mosquito breeding ground. There were frogs living in here, and it was just, he couldn't enjoy his property as a result of this. So adding this section, while maybe not utilized regularly, it would be helpful in these types of situations. Depositing mud, gravel on sidewalks. So we currently, there's an ordinance that you have to remove snow and ice accumulations within a certain amount of time, but there's nothing that specifically addresses other debris. So sometimes we have mud that washes down or gravel, and this creates an issue for pedestrians, bicyclists, and we just like clear language to help us get this removed in a timely manner. That one also includes, the next one on the list I don't have a picture of, but we worked with Justin Clausen in Public Works, and they see a lot of issues with people pushing their snow onto the street during snow and ice removal events. And we're not talking just your snow blower blows it onto the street and it's a little bit of an issue. It's people that purposefully plow their driveways onto the street, and then it causes accumulation buildup around the intakes and can cause ice damming. So we worked with them to get language into it to help them out when they're plowing snow. Vegetation in the right of way. So we currently don't have any language that restricts what someone can plant in the right of way. Typically you see regular turf grasses, but from time to time we see gardens, large bushes, trees that aren't maintained. And And then also vegetation growing into the sidewalk area. So as you can see in the photo on the left, that sidewalk is nearly impossible to pass just because of that vegetation. And then on the right, it's just tall vegetation in that right-of-way area that makes it, can make it difficult for traffic, and also difficult if you were able to park your vehicle there. It'd be difficult to exit your vehicle and get out. So we're looking for some clear language to restrict what can be there. Right now, we do have some properties that have sunflowers. I've seen sweet corn in the right of way. So those are things that we don't really have the language right now to specifically enforce on. We've just kind of been saying that's city property, clean it up. So we want this clear language to assist us with that. Similarly, a vegetation that stems from private property and hangs over the public way. We have had kind of an internal policy for height requirements over the sidewalk and over the street. And it's based on a pedestrian or somebody on a bicycle, and then over the street on whether or not Cyride can get underneath it. We don't have those numbers specifically in the code now, and it's become a problem when we do try to enforce it. It's really hard to explain to people what compliance is when we don't have a standard. So if we can put that policy into the code so we can say, hey, it's 16 feet over the street, now they have a benchmark to get to, better than me walking down the sidewalk with my arm up to make sure that it's the right height. Dense growth of vegetation. This isn't actually a violation that I saw, but I came across it on Google Earth when I was looking for something else and thought it was a really great example. You can see that the dense vegetation around the house, underneath the windows, by the door, it's a fire hazard. It can give places for maybe criminals to hang out and, try to break in or something. It's just much cleaner if we can have something more like on the right side. So I know dense is kind of an ambiguous term, and it leaves a lot of discretion up to the code enforcement officer. But I think if we look at it and make sure it's not a fire hazard and it's not causing safety issues or creating a wonderful habitat for vermin, if we can meet those criteria, then I think we can effectively and consistently enforce that. Turf grasses. So this has been a requirement on rental properties for a long time. Rental properties, grass height cannot exceed 12 inches. There's no similar restriction on owner occupied. We've struggled with this a lot. I would say this is probably the call that we get the most. My neighbor hasn't mowed their lawn. What can we do? And unless there's any noxious weeds, which is the only thing we can enforce on now, there's not much we can do. So this ordinance would allow us to enforce on turf grasses. So it does nothing to native prairie areas, planted gardens, flowers. Those are still can obviously exceed 12 inches. So it's just the grass that we're looking at in this one. And this puts it on par with rental properties. So right now you could have a rental property next to an owner occupied property with different standards. This would make those consistent. And so we're recommending if 12 inches isn't the number that you're comfortable with, whatever we do for owner occupied, then we should probably turn around and do for rental also, so that it's the same height across the board. I did survey other towns, and the height varied anywhere from 6 to 18 inches. So it really is just a number. And we proposed 12 inches in this just simply because that's what is in rental currently. Number 10 is dangerous trees. I wasn't able to find any pictures of those. We do often get questioned about dangerous trees. My neighbor has a tree in their backyard. It's going to fall down, or it's falling down. What can you do? And right now, we essentially have to say it's a civil matter. We can't do anything. And we want to provide those neighbors with a bit more protection than that. And especially those areas where it hangs over the right of way, where it could potentially put a pedestrian or a vehicle in danger. So dangerous trees would be an addition to this ordinance. Conditions that harbor vermin is number 11. I don't have photos of that, but we currently have that in the junk vehicle ordinance. So it says that that's one of the criteria that can create a junked vehicle is if it is harboring vermin. We would like to be able to apply that to other instances, not just a junk vehicle. So we've broadened it a little bit in the proposed ordinance. 12 is open holes and excavations. So this would just be construction sites, things that are lingering or smaller holes. I think it states over 3 feet. So it has to be pretty deep. This isn't something that we often see. It was part of the ordinance that we some of the other city ordinances we reviewed, and we thought that it would be one that's just a good addition to have in case we do need to use it. Finally, vacant and abandoned structures. You've been looking at these lovely pictures now. So we currently don't have anything regarding vacant or abandoned structures. So once we get to the dangerous building piece, we have where it needs to be secured and stuff. But there's nothing about being vacant or abandoned. So this ordinance would require that these be secured. And if someone's not able to secure it, we could do it for them. Again, the abatement process would be the photo on the left. We would be able to board that up temporarily until we can get a window put in it, or until the owner can. So that helps. We've had a couple fires recently where people have got into vacant structures. So this is something that we would like to prohibit instead of waiting until it gets to the point of being a dangerous building. On that note, exterior structural requirements, very similarly, we have some structures in town that are in poor shape, but not at the point where they would fall under our dangerous building ordinance. And there are things we can do prior to it getting to the point where it's dangerous, where we can try to save the structure. We can keep the neighborhood safe. We can keep it from deteriorating to a point that it's affecting the neighbors. The ordinance also requires that any coverings, so in this case, the roof needed to be covered there. And you can see in the picture on the right, they covered it with some metal. The ordinance would have a little more strict requirements on covering it with a like material. So you couldn't just go plywood up your windows or patch the middle of your siding with a piece of plywood. It has to be a like material. So there's several different criteria under this one, but in general, peeling paint, I think if I go back, this house on the right actually is probably a good example of peeling paint. That's one where we would like to be able to address that before it gets to the point of being dangerous. Holes in roofs, we don't have anything right now that the structure has to be secured from the elements. So this is a good example where rain and snow were able to get in. We can require them to secure it through the dangerous building code. But again, that's a very lengthy process. We have to go through our appeal board. The building really isn't dangerous at this point. It's just not in good condition. So the proposed code section would help that a bit. Couple more examples. On the right is one that you may have received complaints about recently. I'm not sure if council was copied on it or not. The gutter falling off, we currently can't do anything about that. It's also a good example of the dense vegetation creating issues there around the front of the house. This has been an issue. We did have the owner cover up a hole on this one maybe 2 years ago now. He doesn't live in town and it just sits there. So this is one where we would like to be able to have these code sections to keep this looking better for the neighbors in that area. Cables affixed to the structure. I just happen to have this picture, so threw it in, but that's covered under the exterior structural requirements for obvious reasons. We don't want people running through a yard and getting clipped by a hanging cable. So it makes sense to require them to be secured. Fencing, fence materials also falls under that. There's no requirements right now that the fence be completely intact. So the picture on the left, that's not a violation. We would like to add language in where the fence needs to be intact and maintained in a good, sound, safe condition. And lastly is graffiti. That's another section that's currently in the rental code. Rental properties are required to abate graffiti in a timely manner. No other properties are. So we see this a lot on commercial properties, and we don't have a way to make them remove it. If you talk with the police department, they'll tell you that once they see graffiti on one wall, it tends to tell people, I'm a blank canvas, come paint me. So they would like language in the code to abate it sooner rather than later. And I did look at the city of Des Moines to try to determine what graffiti was, so we could differentiate it between art. Des Moines was the only city that I found that actually defined it, which we haven't in our ordinance and certainly can. But essentially it said any markings or etchings, paint, etc., that are on a structure without the permission and consent of the owner. So those are the sections. I'm going to get out of I can stop the screen share. Those are the additional sections. All the other sections that you see in the ordinance are already in the code. They're just from other areas. So this will trigger us to come back and clean up some of those other code sections where we no longer need them. We don't want them duplicated. And it may also trigger changes to the rental code. So some of these are not in the rental code now. To keep everyone on the same page, you might think about adding them to the rental code at some point in the future. I described the abatement process a little bit. With this, we're also recommending a new appeal process. So right now, appeals of our decisions go to several different boards. We have Zoning Board of Adjustments, Building Board of Appeals, and Property Maintenance Appeal Board. Consolidating these into one ordinance, that's one of the things we wanted to clean up were the appeal rights, so everybody went to the same board. We're actually recommending calling this board the Property Maintenance Appeals Board and then renaming our Rental Housing Board to be more indicative of the rental housing code. So it makes more sense for this board to be called the Property Maintenance Appeal Board. And we're also recommending it be set up more like council. So our Building Board and Property Maintenance Appeal Board currently have experts from their respective fields so they can lend to decisions. There's really not a way to have experts in this, so we just assumed that neighbors would want to comment and be on it and probably use the ward system similar to council, so we don't have to recreate that.
I was just going to jump in and remind council that this is a minimum property maintenance code. This is our first attempt at putting something together. If you remember back in August of 20, you asked staff to develop some recommendations on the possible exterior property maintenance code. So this is that attempt at that. And just want to reemphasize, this is a minimum. This is a starting point. There's a lot of things in here where we're going to need your help on guidance before we come back at another council meeting or possibly a workshop. So tonight's an opportunity for us to present all this material to you, get your feedback, and then come back at a later date where we can get a lot of public input. And Sarah and her team have a great approach to doing some outreach and getting a lot of feedback on this, because this is a pretty touchy issue when you start dealing with people's properties. And so we want to be respectful of our customers. And it's a balancing act, right, between the property that maybe has a failing condition and the surrounding neighbors. How do we protect both the property owner and the neighbor's rights at the same time? So taking 9 different code sections and trying to put them into one, working with Public Works, Parks and Rec, Police, and put it all in a one easy to find location, I think will really help our customers and make it easier for them when we're dealing with code and we're trying to educate them. Sarah and her team do a great job of always educating first. And a lot of times we can get compliance with that. And so having everything in one shop and one-stop shop area in Chapter 30 and what we're proposing with the ordinance, we think will increase that educational opportunity for people where we can point them in one direction and they can find all the information they need to how to maintain their properties at a minimum standard.
Rich, can you explain to the council how this differs from the rental code? In other words, what would cover, what type of situations would this cover, the proposed ordinance?
Yeah, so this ordinance would deal with every property except for rental. So we have Chapter 13 right now, which covers all the rental properties. And of the 15 regulations that Sarah presented tonight, there's about 7 of them that are currently not in Chapter 13 that we would come back to at a later date. If you want to, if all 15 of these make it into a proposed ordinance, we'd want to come back at a later date and try to have rental match the existing property maintenance. Just like Sarah's example with a homeowner, you have a rental property and a owner occupied dwelling side by side. One is allowed to have 12 inches of grass. The other doesn't have a regulation on that. That's not fair to all the surrounding property owners, and it makes it confusing on what code you should be following. So there's a lot of opportunities here to get some consistency between the rental code and property maintenance code. But this code solely focuses on every property except rental.
Residential rental, correct?
Yes, residential rental.
Sorry. So what it covers now is owner occupied housing, residential, plus industrial and commercial, both owner occupied and rental. And that's one of the discussions we have to have, whether we want to move ahead with all that or maybe just start off with residential owner occupied to start it off, or do that plus commercial property and hold off on industrial property. So on page 6 and 7 are kind of the initial issues that we need clarification on before we move forward. And you might have other items you want to add to or subtract out of the 15, but we think there's at least those 4 items that are on page 6 and 7 of your council action form. We'd like some direction on, starting with grass height, I think, right, Sarah?
Mm-hmm.
I think Sarah mentioned there's variation from other departments, other cities' ordinances, and we're just wondering if you like that 12-inch for grass height now. We're talking about grass height.
Well, before we get to those points, anything else you want to add, Sarah or Rich, in terms of your presentation?
No, just I really look forward to hearing council's feedback, and if there's big concepts that you don't like in this, then we take it out, and we'd really like to have a version that you're comfortable with so that we can put on a workshop or council agenda in June. And we'd like to be able to put that ordinance out to the public so they can see it all. So we really want your input now. If there's something you really don't like or something that we're missing, we'd like to add that now before those meetings in June.
Thank you. So Steve mentioned on page 6 and 7, there are 4 items they want input on. But before we get to that specifically, other questions or comments in general about what Sarah and Rich covered before we get into more specifics regarding the items that they've identified specifically?
I have one question and then a comment too. The comment was that I like the definition of graffiti that Des Moines you said used, because pretty much once you have the owner's permission for it to be there, it's no longer graffiti. And so I think that's good. Like if someone did, they wanted to encourage some street art on their property and it was good and they liked it, that we wouldn't force its removal. So that I like that, that the property owner's permission would sort of be the definition there. And then my other question is this is intended to be complaint driven rather than someone from the city driving around and making a list of problem properties and then calling right. So I guess that's a question for me too. Like, is this purely complaint driven, or a little of complaint driven and a little of city seeking out issues? Or
Sure. So right now we do primarily complaint driven. There are areas after our discussions, you'll probably remember, in the near campus neighborhoods, we do kind of patrol those areas for furniture, garbage, those kinds of things that seem to be typical there because we want to stay on top of it. But we are not driving through alleys looking at people's patio furniture to make sure it's not stuffed, and we're not seeking that out. We stay plenty busy just receiving complaints, especially the Ames on the Go app. That's made it a lot easier for people to submit stuff, which is fine, but it does keep us busy. So I would say at this point, it's going to be reactive. We're going to wait until we have a complaint, until council tells us otherwise.
And then my other question this has got to be rare. Maybe not even a problem. But it occurred to me like, oh, you know, what's the city's rate for assessing a service that they do? Like, my garage is needs some repainting. Like, what if I make the city do it rather than do it myself and just accept the assessed fee, hoping for a better deal and less initiative on my part? Is there a penalty fee at all programmed into that, or maybe that it never happens? I don't know. Maybe that's not a concern.
No, we've discussed it because clearly we don't want to be always mowing someone's yard, 3 times a year when it starts to get bad. That's not a service we offer. So we actually contract it out and we assess back exactly what the costs are. This abatement process also adds in the ability for us to assess administrative fees, which we don't do now. So our time to obtain a contractor, that whole process could be added in. There could be just a basic flat administrative fee added in if we wanted to. And then we assess it back to them. If they don't pay for it, it goes to council and a payment schedule is set up. And I believe you have the ability to assess an interest rate to it. So it's not free, but I think the history is a very small interest rate. So it might be in the person's best interest to go that route. Ultimately, we will recoup the money when the property sells. So it may not happen right away, but it does end up being a lien on the property. So we'll get it back at some point.
There would also be a citation that could be issued, a municipal fine of $500 for the first occurrence and $750 for additional occurrences. So like Sarah said, we're not in the lawn mowing business. We would try to educate first. Then if we need to issue a citation, we would do that and hope we'd get compliance. And then abatement would probably be that last step that we would take to get compliance. So we're hoping through those first 2 actions of education and then a citation that would deter people from wanting us to then go to the next step and actually hire somebody to come mow their lawn and have that assessed back.
I think, it's a good thought process. I think the thing that I worry about with this citation as the enforcement mechanism there is, what if the reason that someone can't do these property maintenance things, the reason is perhaps lack of funding on their part? How is a citation going to help at all to get the actual task accomplished? So that's the one concern I have about finding people who are, and maybe, if it's like a regular misuser, like a regular abuser of the code or something like that, like maybe I could see where you hit a certain frequency and it kicks in a fine. But to have the fine be an enforcement mechanism on the front end of it, I worry that is just going to dig people deeper into financial trouble that's probably causing the issues in the first place.
Yeah, so that's something that we definitely consider when we issue citations. I'm not implying that we don't issue a citation because we know someone doesn't have money, or we do because we know someone does have money. It's really our last effort to get compliance, and most often it's used simply so we can get permission from the judge to enter the property. So the citation is up to $500. The judge can waive that. He can waive all but court costs, which are, I think, about $95 right now. So actually the citation at the end of the day costs about $595 because of the court cost. So once it gets to that point, we can use that as another tool to say, hey, if you get this done, we can waive the citation and you'll only have to pay court costs. It's really not, we're not looking to make money off of it. It's really just a tool and one more mechanism to try to get compliance. And then ultimately, if we can't, we get permission to enter the property. So we can have those rates dropped, but it's really never, I would say it's almost, I can't think of any instance where we've issued a citation to penalize somebody. It's simply a tool to get compliance and be able to enter the property.
That's a good explanation. Thank you.
So one of the questions that I have had asked of me is how you determine the difference between native prairie and just neglected property. And I know that we're focused on turf grass height, but I get more complaints about properties that are supposedly native prairie. And I think people have maybe stuck signs in their lawn saying prairie in progress or something like that. But there's a big difference between some of these prairies, which are apparently overrunning the homes located on their parcels, and the native prairies that are, say, within a fence line or, you know, somehow contained. Are we worrying at all about the pseudo native prairies and the attraction of rodents and other things that I keep hearing about from neighbors? Or are we just saying there's no way we can deal with this, all we're looking at is the turf grass?
So it's a good question, and I'm trying to look in the code section to see exactly what it says. But we've discussed this heavily with Public Works and Parks and Rec, and we do have a forester now. We have really intelligent people in Parks and Rec and Public Works that know the requirements for prairie. We as a city have prairies that we maintain, and so we've talked about that discretion as to whether or not something is a prairie. We're happy to consult with them and get a professional opinion. Prairies need to be burned every so often. So we could ask someone to show us that they're doing what it takes to maintain a prairie. We also talked about some sort of like registration program where you could apply to have a prairie, and probably no fee or anything, but we would be able then to say, yes, we'll consider this prairie. Here's what you have to do. We're going to make sure you do it. It might require them to put a sign that says, you know, this is a prairie certified by City of Ames or something, just to eliminate the questions. That hasn't been completely discussed yet, but we have worked through the idea of consulting with someone other than an inspector in our office to determine if it meets the criteria for a prairie.
Ornamental grasses would be allowed too, though, right? It's not just prairie grasses either. You could have non-native ornamental grass that's not turf grass.
Correct.
With other things.
Okay. The other question I had relates to the abandoned vehicles. We've got junked vehicles, and then we've got other vehicles that might sit on the property for more than 15 days. And I'm thinking about some of those RVs and boat trailers and things like that. How are those either part of this segment of the proposed ordinance, and how are they excluded from it?
Yeah, so they're actually already in the municipal code. The junk vehicle section states this. If it is deemed a junk vehicle, it can be on the property for 72 hours. In the ordinance you're seeing, we've limited it to 48 hours. That was consistent with most other jurisdictions. If it's not a junked vehicle and it's operable, you've just kept it on your property and it's sitting there, the current ordinance says 15 days. I believe there's an exception. If you're gone for an extended period of time, you can request an additional amount of time. This is one of those philosophical questions we want your help with. It's in the code currently, but is that what we still want? There's also exceptions to the junk vehicle ordinance where if you put a tight-fitting vehicle cover on the vehicle, it's no longer deemed junk. So now if it's not junked and it's just inoperable or stored, if you will, is it then just limited to the 15 days? It doesn't quite make sense. So in practice, we've been enforcing it through outdoor storage in the zoning code, which prohibits vehicles for 72 hours. That's a lot easier for us to enforce. 15 days is very hard to enforce because it would be almost impossible to show a judge that a vehicle has remained in the same spot for 15 days. We just don't really have the tools to do that. So most of the other ordinances that I looked at, I think in here I put, except for Norwalk maybe, who clearly copied ours, they don't state a time frame. So if it's operable, it's fine. It can be on the property. That's what we're looking for your help with, if that's something you still want. The other distinction that I want to make is parking. So the parking of a vehicle, there's sections in here for trailers, vehicles that can be parked behind the front setback. So it says you can have a trailer parked on your property and must be behind the front setback. But I think it says behind the front of the house, not setback. Behind the front of the house. So people will call us and say, hey, I want to pour a pad in my backyard to park my camper on. Can I do that? Our response is yes, but based on the junk vehicle code right now, you're limited to having it there for 15 days. Now, it doesn't really make sense to pour a concrete pad when you've got to move it every 15 days. So those are just some things to think through. Do you want to allow them? Do you want to allow them if they're behind the front of the house? Do you want to allow a boat to be parked in a driveway for that amount of time? Or, just your vehicle when you go on vacation for a month? Is it okay that it parks in your driveway?
How far do they have to move it?
Good question.
2 feet back, there I moved it,
Yeah. So that's one of the enforcement issues that it would be really, really hard to prove that it's been moved. I mean, aside from having someone sit there watching or having some sort of camera on it, which I think is pretty excessive, there's really no way to prove that.
And we have had in neighborhood disputes where people have set up a camera just to show us that it has not moved for multiple days. So that does happen, unfortunately, but that's something we're not actively doing. This is all complaint-based driven. So.
Well, Mayor, we got into sort of the substance of this issue a little bit. Do you want to have motions or suggestions for changes to anything or decisions on this point now, or do you want to sort of circle back to something later? Or
Nope. Let's go ahead and we'll. They've asked staff to ask about grass height, junk vehicles. Are all properties applied or just residential? Appeals board or other direction that you wish to give?
So since we were just talking about junk vehicles, I'd just like to say my feeling about that, and maybe you have experience of a number of complaints that I wouldn't have guessed, but my feeling is that we should not restrict how long a non-junked vehicle can be stored in a permissible parking spot on private property. If someone has a driveway and they put a car that's a perfectly fine car in that driveway, I think they should be able to leave it there. We don't really want to force people to have to drive around pointlessly. In fact, it's sort of nice if they don't drive their cars when they don't need to. So that's my inclination, unless someone has, some other wisdom about this that we should take into account.
I think the question becomes, David, is that within the front setback, the front yard setback, or is that your comment? For example, front yard setback is 40 feet a lot of times in a residential property. A lot of times houses are built up to the front, the garage, essentially is within a foot or two.
Yeah, I think, we might have an issue with RVs or boat trailers or something like that that's going to suddenly appear in a neighborhood and change sort of the streetscape significantly. But I think it's hard for me to imagine that any neighborhood in Ames expects that there is not going to be a car parked in the driveway. So if that's what the ordinance really means, that you can't keep a car parked in your own driveway for 15 days, then I think we should change the ordinance.
Only talking about a car now, David, not a recreation vehicle or trailer or anything, right?
Yeah, I feel confident saying that about an ordinary passenger vehicle. I'm not sure. It might be different with other sort of larger vehicles, but I think that's an okay starting point. We might be able to get consensus on that, and it might get more complicated for others.
I agree with the part about the passenger car, but also I think there's other circumstances where that seems kind of silly too, like an RV in the middle of winter. If it's snowing for weeks on end and we're expecting someone to move their RV just because we say that they have to move it every 15 days. There's something that seems a little difficult about asking people to do that too. But I don't have
I mean, it would be allowing under the code, I guess, for the first time, a vehicle like that to be kept on a driveway for a long period of time. And I'm not sure that's necessarily a bad idea. I think maybe we could support that. It just would be a change.
I know of a number of places that already have RVs parked in their driveway for extended periods. And I haven't had any complaints about those. Of course, we don't really have a regulation against it right now. Do we? Is that?
We do, right?
The RV.
Yes. So currently it would be required to be parked behind the front of the house and it can't be used for habitation.
So we have the rule, and I still know people who park their RVs in the driveway in front of their house. And as far as I know, their neighbors haven't complained about it because I think I would have heard at least about some of these in my ward. I'm more concerned about the junked vehicles and what that does for long-term neighborhood, I want to say appearance, but it's not just an aesthetic thing. It's also what people feel is, I don't know, whether it's okay to just have junk sitting in your yard. If the junked vehicle is like the junk that's left in front of the homes that we saw in those other photos, and I'm not sure where you draw the line. They all seem like junk to me. So
Gloria, I don't want to cut you off, but I think like if maybe we can focus on the non-junked part of this and then go into the junk, then that might make things more efficient. And I don't. Will you take a motion, Mayor, to just sort of? So I would move that for the next time we review this material, we see a written proposal to eliminate the 15-day limit for non-junked vehicles, and that would also apply to RVs and larger vehicles, so that they would be permitted to be stored in front of the house as well in a driveway.
Well, that's currently not allowed. I'm sorry, is there
None of that's allowed right now.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
And so in front of the house.
Pardon?
You mean in front of the house?
Yeah, I mean in front of the house, because right now I believe the only way you can store those vehicles is behind the house, right? For over 15 days if they're not non-junk vehicles that are not moving.
No, you could park it behind the house. You cannot store it currently. So currently the ordinance says you can have a vehicle, a trailer, let's say, or a boat. Yeah. You can have a boat parked behind your house, but then it triggers the outdoor storage section in the zoning code that would eliminate it from being stored there.
So can you explain what distinguishes storage from parking, assuming that there's like a parking spot for it, a slab or whatever?
Just 72 hours. So anything that the definition of outdoor storage in the zoning code says any items, including vehicles, stored outdoors for more than 72 hours. So it's very, very broad. And that's one of the things where we're kind of, with this ordinance, we're hoping to leave that behind and be able to put specific criteria on some of these so that we don't need to use that section.
So for example, just if a person has 3 cars and a 2-car garage, and they drive their car and they park it on their driveway every night, this is not what we're talking about, right? This is basically someone is going to take a car or a trailer, a boat trailer, empty trailer, RV, and park it in front of their house for an extended period of time. And David, your motion is
to allow that.
To allow that, no matter what, if it's not junky, they can do that.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe it's not what council wants, but But I think one of the problems that I have with this is if no one is ever calling it in, right? If no one's ever complaining about this when it happens, even for RVs, right? Then basically what this becomes is a way for people who know the intricacies of the code to harass their neighbors. And if we're kind of allowing it generally, I think we should allow it generally, you know?
So David, does your motion include the habitation issue? Because I did recently get a complaint about someone living in an RV that was parked for an extended period.
I did
It was parked on the street as opposed to in a driveway.
I do not propose to eliminate restrictions on habitation of vehicles. And maybe this is too complicated, like maybe, you know.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to think about it because the neighborhood's gonna have to get involved because they're concerned about front yard parking and storing of boats and things like that. I think we need to
okay.
be careful on this now.
Okay, so I think maybe the motion was a little too, I don't know, a little too confident. I'd like to withdraw the motion, but I think this is, like, if we head into workshop territory, I think that this is the sort of thing that we kind of have to dig into.
Right.
Maybe I suggest, all right, we spent probably close to an hour on this.
Yeah.
And we probably could spend another 2 or 3 hours on it. I think this appears to be potentially, no, seriously, I mean, you're gonna have difference of opinions, and you're gonna have a variety of topics that would seem to be appropriate to get this scheduled for a workshop as was talked about, and get some public feedback and give some more thought to it.
Yeah, if you could discuss this with neighborhood representatives, we could bring them into the meeting.
Right.
Their opinions.
And also there's homeowners associations, you got realtors that may be interested in terms of, you know, what's the market value of a house gonna happen if you have people that are parking, you know, vehicles in front, or grass heights, or junk vehicles, or whatever. So if I could suggest that there's 3 or 4 items that staff is asking for some direction on at this point in time. And unless there's really a hard and fast desire to really go through and parse through a lot more than this, which that's your prerogative if you want to, but otherwise it would seem to be appropriate to go ahead and get a work session scheduled after we get some more people, you know, get public input into. And I think this could be a multi workshop, because I can see where, you know, once it gets out, there's gonna be a lot of conversation on this. So
sure.
So how about grass height?
Oh, okay. So we are actually going to look at that now instead of taking the input from whoever, neighborhood organization.
We can wait on all these too.
Okay, all right.
The public input, that's fine.
Yeah, I think it's just if you feel really strongly about something and you don't want, you know, maybe you don't want to regulate grass height at all. As a council, you say you don't want even to entertain it, we would take it out. That doesn't mean that people aren't going to come in the workshop and say, put it back in. But we want the copy that we send out to everybody to be as much as the way you want it as you can agree to right now.
I think one of the things, Sarah, that we have heard over the years from rental property owners is they would like to see more consistent treatment of owner-occupied properties to match with the kinds of requirements that rental owners have on their properties. And so my main concern is that we're making it easier for inspections to evaluate properties by creating a more consistent system, and that we're looking at the maybe how this is more equitable for everyone involved. If we're not just burdening rental property owners, if we say this is a value of the community for safety and not having rodents and things like that in neighborhoods. To me, that's good. That's consistent, and it's a helpful outcome of having this sort of minimal property maintenance code.
Sarah, it seems that would be a pretty minor. You could change 12 inches to 18 inches to 15 inches to 10 inches, right? I mean, I think the junk vehicles was something that's going to be a lot more involved in terms of ordinance. But why don't you and Rich tell us what you need tonight to move forward, or based on what you've heard so far, or do you think it's best? It seems to me it seems best to schedule a work session and dig deeper into this. And as Steve referred to, get neighbor association involved, or maybe get some information out to the community and to those that may have interest. Let them know we're going to be talking about this, and maybe it even is the report that you prepared, thus far, just to kind of say this is what they've been presented. But I don't want to slow you down. I know you're trying to follow through with what council asked you to do too, but help us think through here. What's going to help you the most?
Yeah, at this point, again, if there's no strong feelings to remove or add something, we're prepared to send it out to, I have a list of neighborhood association presidents, homeowner association presidents, the Central Iowa Board of Realtors, and then we kind of have an ongoing list of neighborhoods or neighbors that have complained about certain properties that we've kind of said, hey, talk with your council representatives. We'll try to reach out to them and let them know this is out there, and then we want them to see the ordinance and give you input so we can move it along. So I think at this point, what we really need is to decide if you want it to be on a workshop or a regular council agenda, and that would help us set the next date.
Well, if I could suggest, I think this is going to take a number of hours, and I could see it's going to take 2 or 3 hours, and it could be phase one of multi-phase, conversations to kind of work through this. I don't want to make it draw it out, but I think it's going to be something that's going to generate a lot of conversation. So I would suggest, I prefer to see it on a workshop where you can have more conversation, back and forth, and also it's just dedicated to this one topic versus trying to take up 2 hours or 2.5 hours in the council meeting. And people are going to, and the other thing is that's respectful of the public, because they're going to be able to know it's either one topic versus waiting for an hour or two to get to this topic and then go on until a couple hours. But that's my recommendation. If council prefers differently, that would be, I'll defer to them too.
I think that's.
And it will be in person.
Maybe.
Kelly?
Kelly?
Go ahead, Tim. Go ahead, Tim.
A quick rifle of several of them that varies in weight. In terms of receiving public input, we've been, I think, very successful in a number of initiatives where we've created a website that's allowed people to offer feedback on a proposal. I would encourage that as a possibility for a way of gathering public input. One of the things that I feel a little bit strongly about is the appeal period. I think we should be striving to have consistency in our municipal code, that if someone has an adverse ruling and they want to appeal, that we try to have a 30-day standard, because it can be very difficult on someone if they want to find legal counsel on a short appeal period. And so oftentimes the difference between 14 and 30 may make a huge difference in someone's rights. And so I'd recommend we consider that. Just a couple just minor things. I'm very concerned about some of the language. Number 8, dense growth, very, very ambiguous. And so there are actually a lot of houses in Ames that have landscaping around their house that's going to fall into this. And it's not because of inattention to their property. That's just the way they design their landscaping. So I'm a little nervous about that. Dangerous trees, I think, could also be difficult definitionally. Graffiti removal, I want to point out 48 hours is a really tight time frame to remove graffiti. So a lot of times if that's spray painted on concrete or brick or metal, it's actually sort of difficult to remove this stuff. And so I want to think through, is that a reasonable time frame for now all of a sudden you have to deal with a potential sanction? And then one more just sort of thing that I want to bring up. Bronwyn raised a really good point that I don't want to lose sight of. When I started on council, the city had a program, and I think it was called Neighbors Helping Neighbors. I think it was something like that, where people who wanted to volunteer to help with property owners that were maybe didn't have the means to do minor repairs could volunteer their time to do this. And I think the program sort of lost steam and it was eliminated. If we're going to do something like this, then I would like to concurrently see if there's an opportunity to see if we could breathe new life into that. For the reasons that Bronwyn indicated, there are people here in our community that are barely able to stay in our community. So property tax increases make a difference for them. They're just barely able to make a go of it. And so if we add this on, I'm afraid of inadvertently driving people out of the community that would love to be here, but they can't make those investments. And so if we could find a way to at least explore trying to bring that program back and try to generate some public interest, I think that would be a very humane thing to add to this. So those are just a couple bookmarks I wanted to throw out.
I'll also note that the Story County Housing Trust Fund annually contributes fairly significant dollars.
Oh, you lost Amber.
Sorry, owner-occupied property repairs for low and moderate income individuals and families, and we regularly fund things like roof repairs and other structural type safety concerns on owner-occupied properties.
We've also referred people to Ames Repair and Care through Story County Volunteer Center. It's basically if someone has maybe a lawn that needs mown, but they don't have the means to do it, Ames Repair and Care will provide people to do that, to offer that service. I will tell you that probably the last handful of times I've offered it, the owner is not accepting of it. They don't want the help. So it's kind of an area where we struggle. We really want to help them and we want to be able to gain compliance that way, but sometimes they're just not receptive.
Did the Ames Repair and Care program used to be the city program?
It was a dual partnership between Story County Volunteer and Planning. I believe Jeff Benson kind of managed it when he was here. We still have access to it, but there's really not a role on the city's part. We kind of vet people and we just refer them to the service. So we don't actually have applications or anything anymore.
Gloria, this is Kelly. Just to chime in, our role when I got here for that was really to do income verification for low income people. We didn't really coordinate any of the volunteer stuff. We really passed what we saw as a qualified individual off to that other group. And then once it was kind of determined that income wasn't really a necessary thing, that's why it dropped off of the city's involvement in the referral process, or involved in the review of who could ask for help. And we just refer anybody to it now.
Thanks, Kelly and Sarah. That's helpful.
Okay, so I think the one thing that may be helpful to try and tone down is we're talking always about private family-owned homes. What's council's, do we want to keep it broad, as staff has indicated, to include commercial property and industrial property? Because that would broaden their outreach, I believe, in terms of getting people's feedback, or just go after, or just focus on private residential owner-occupied type homes and not include commercial and industrial.
Are you looking for discussion, Mayor? Or
I just want to get some quick feedback. Is that something you want to keep in, or just limit it to just the residential component only?
I would want to leave it as expansive as possible, because I think we do have some deteriorating commercial structures, especially around Campus Town, that have been problematic in recent years that we couldn't do anything about.
Okay.
I would agree.
Does anyone disagree with that?
So I think this gets complicated, and I want to go there, but this people need to do some driving around some of the commercial areas. So east of Duff, just south or north of Lincoln Way, there are commercial properties there that are going to be heavily impacted by this ordinance. And so if that's what we want to do, but they're going to be heavily impacted. So
I do want to add, I think probably one of the things that would impact them the most is the outdoor storage of vehicles. Currently in the junk vehicle code, it says 15 days for residential. Commercial properties are currently allowed a year. So commercial properties could store vehicles outdoors for 1 year, as long as they're not junked. They could store them out there. So that's something we didn't carry over, but really for no reason. It could certainly be added if you wanted to continue to include commercial. There are other things like graffiti that we're probably not ever going to find on a owner occupied house. We need that tool on commercial. General mowing and stuff of commercial businesses. I would say most commercial businesses want to maintain their property. They have an image, they're offering a service. It's really for those in the PowerPoint. The ARC was one of the old ARC, the old lumber store out in West Ames was an example of a commercial property. And if we did include that, there would be no way for us to have them mow, secure their fences, not plywood the windows. So I think maybe if we just remember it is complaint driven, we're not going to be looking for things. I think maybe instead of throwing everything out, we can talk about what those items are that you wouldn't want to apply to commercial potentially, and we could exempt those.
It'll get complicated with industrial property too, because Kelly will tell you, I think in industrial areas, you're allowed to store stuff outside. So there'll be a distinction. We'll have to make a distinction what junk is and what is materials used in the process, manufacturing or whatever. So it'll get complex with industrial junk.
I think there's a point.
Getting input, you want to get the broad input, and I mean, we're not making decisions tonight about how this applies. Right. So why not do the outreach?
Right. I think I would like to see at least some of those restrictions applied to industrial and commercial eventually. Maybe not all of them, but at least some of them. I guess my fear is that the workshop just on the residential part of it alone is going to be pretty expansive. It's going to fill up an entire evening, and then it's a different type of conversation, I think, for industrial and commercial. So it might be wiser to do it in some phases. To start with something smaller, and I understand that most of the current complaints are about residential properties. Isn't that true, Sarah?
Yeah, I would say most of the items in the ordinance would apply primarily to residential.
I mean, in terms of the sort of complaints that come in that we can't do anything about, or maybe we can sometimes. Yeah.
Correct.
So it just maybe phasing it would be a wiser way to sort of tackle the problem, divide and conquer.
The other option is you schedule multiple workshops. The first workshop focuses just on residential. The second one then follows up as a trailer a few months later or whatever. That could be then industrial and commercial. But there are some commercial properties. There are some areas around the community that I think the overall community would benefit from doing some maintenance, screening, or whatever. So I mean, I think we got the consensus that essentially is no, let's not get rid of it. And maybe we can let staff decide how they want to go ahead, and I'm happy to participate in the conversation. How are we gonna pace this so we can not have a grueling session that's gonna wear everybody out in one workshop? Maybe it's gonna be 2 workshops. But if council's okay, I think maybe if Steve and Sarah, Rich, and I can meet, strategize, maybe get some other staff involved and talk through it, and it's going to take some time, I think, to really get it done right.
Could we do the grass height tonight?
Well, you got a motion?
I think Sarah's proposal on the 12 inches, it gets us a long ways down the road, and maybe at some point we lower it. But I would move that we go forward with. Sarah, would you want like what you have in item 6, or would you want like the 12-inch height? What do you think is best?
My understanding that you have 12 inches is the height for turf grasses for rental property. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah, we would just want to keep it the same. So if you think 12 inches is appropriate, then we won't make any changes to the ordinance. We'll just propose it that way for the workshop.
Okay. So do you need a motion on that, or we just leave
Go
it?
ahead, you already started, go ahead.
So I move that we adopt the 12-inch standard as outlined in item 6.
Second.
All right, moved seconded for discussion. Those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried. All right.
All right, so the question is, how quickly do you want to start are you ready to move ahead on this? So we could have a workshop as early as the 15th of June.
Well, before we go there, where do we stand with the AIMS 2040 plan that we're trying to get finished, and that workshop? Is that workshop going to be potentially on June 15th?
So Mayor, can I respond to that? Yeah, so we weren't planning to use that workshop because council wanted to have the materials pretty far in advance. And so we would be able to get you materials in June, and then maybe at the earliest, the last meeting in June, ask some questions, but not ask for decisions. So we weren't really looking at the 15th as a workshop for Plan 2040.
Okay. Is there any other workshops that you know of, Steve, that were on the schedule for June?
Not that I recall.
Okay.
So when is the next 2040? I mean, it's taking a while.
Yeah, it's taken a while. So the direction you gave us was to get you the materials, give you multiple weeks to go over them to get familiar with it again. I will walk through an overview of it to then field questions from you, and then you will give direction on how to proceed on doing the public outreach on the plan itself. So I think that and we're going to give you a memo about what those steps are going to be. I'm anticipating early in June, you'll get the materials, and then we'll lay out a calendar when you start to look at it and talk with staff about it and RDP about it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so the question is a workshop in mid-June too soon, Sarah and Rich, based on getting people alerted to it, and that is the neighborhood associations and others, in order to get participation?
I don't think so. I mean, we have this pretty well with no major changes from you tonight. We have it pretty well ready to be sent out to the public. I do have a spreadsheet of all of those emails, so a notification can be sent out as early as tomorrow. I think if what Tim said, the website where people can respond, that might take a little bit more time. I think that's probably something through our IT department I'd have to work on. I don't know how quickly they could have that up and running, but certainly we can get email notification out.
So if you had something out by the end of the week, that would still give people almost 2 weeks, discounting the Memorial Day, weekend, for a chance to kind of read through it and be aware of that.
Mm-hmm.
If council is agreeable to that, we'll go ahead and schedule the 15th of June for that workshop to address that topic, unless there's something else that comes up that needs to be, needs attention you can think of.
Yeah, I can't right now. I cannot.
All right. Do you want to make a decision on that tomorrow, or should we just go ahead and have council decide?
Yeah, I think you should just schedule it now.
All right. Okay.
We can always call it off, make plans for it.
All right. You don't need a motion for that, do you? You just got the right.
Regular meeting now? Do you have to, or you can do that? Does the council have to establish that as a meeting?
I don't think so. I think at the beginning of the year, Diane lays out, when the workshops are going to be, and the workshops, if necessary. So
I'm assuming is everybody going to be here for that? Is that a good day for you? We'd like to have the whole council here, obviously.
Anyone not going to be here? Looks like we got everyone there.
Good. Okay, let's set it up. Or now we find out something differently tomorrow, I'll contact you.
Okay, very good. All right, thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Rich. Appreciate your work.
Thank you.
Continued. All right. All right, moving on to item number 40, resolution approving request for Ames Chamber of Commerce on Campus Town Lincoln Way beautification plan. Council, any questions for Keith on this topic?
I have one question, and it's more related to the renderings of the design. I remember when I was on the Preservation Commission, we had someone who wanted to do a decorative mailbox stand that was made out of rock. And our ordinance said, no, that's too dangerous because it's right there next to the road. You could have somebody run into that. Well, the renderings here show these giant limestone slabs in the middle of the median, which look great. But I'm wondering, are there any concerns about having those in the median if vehicles happen to run into them coming down Lincoln Way, and if there's an accident?
Gloria, we did have conversation about that. It was a concern that we discussed, but we also looked at it as there are trees and there's artwork. There's other items that are in the medians at time, and we didn't see this as any different because it does provide another element of design. And from an aesthetic standpoint, it looks good. There are a number of places around central Iowa. If you go down towards Jordan Creek, you will see limestone blocks, different types of things in their medians. So we did discuss it, but we eventually figured that it wasn't a big deal because of other items that vehicles could hit as well.
Thanks, Keith.
Yep. Any other questions for Keith?
I have a question. So normally the city takes care of maintaining our right-of-ways, and this is a proposal from the chamber, and I appreciate the leadership of the chamber on this, but it seems odd that we as a city are not contributing, at least financially, to this. And so I think I proposed an amount of $25,000, which in the big scheme of things is not a lot, but it just seems odd to me that we're not contributing anything. I'm curious if the council has thoughts on that.
Can I say something, Tim?
Yeah, no, please.
So if you look in the council action form, Dan Culhane from the chamber, he submitted a request to the city council on February 2nd, saying that he wanted to do this, had some private funding available, was looking to the city for contributing $25,000 at that time. City council didn't take any action, on it at that time. So we have been through our conversations, or my conversations with Dan, is that we weren't going to commit any funding to it. And then when he came back on March 30th with the request to move forward because he had all the funding in place, then council acted and directed staff to put it on a future agenda, which is what we have. So from a staff standpoint, that's what we have been going with based on the no action and then the action from council when funding was all committed.
Well, more than that, I don't think if we designed it, we'd put mulch in there that takes the extra care every year, right? And we would put in some other kind of material, but it would have cost more.
Well, and aren't we committing to weed control, plant maintenance, tree maintenance, trash removal, those things that need to be done periodically?
Yes, we're doing that. And one of the things, because of what Steve just mentioned with the mulch, it does take an annual replenishment, and that was something that we worked out with Dan, that Campus Town Association, and that's attachment D in the council action form, that they did commit to replenishing that every year, and then the city will supply traffic control while they do that. So again, we're always looking for good public-private partnerships, and with the funding that Dan has secured for this, and what we're committing to, we're really looking to spruce up those medians, and we think it's a good combination of responsibilities between the parties.
I don't know, I'm just gonna throw out a motion because I'm tired and it's late, and the amount of money is not that much. But it's sort of the principle of the thing that we're a city that can afford to contribute. I appreciate the fact that we'll be carrying most of the weight or all the weight on the maintenance, but in terms of installation, I'm gonna move that the city contribute $25,000 to this. This just seems like the right thing to do.
There a second? Motion died for lack of second.
Yeah, sorry, Tim. I think on this one, if if there's if there's private funding and it's available, I don't know that I get what you're saying, but I don't know that I see a need to, dip into what could be taxpayer dollars if private funding has been secured. I mean, it's a generous offer, and I'm very appreciative of that offer. And so it's not a slight that I'm not suggesting contributing funding, but I think if they've got that funding in hand for it, that's okay.
I don't mean to beat the dead horse here. I promise I'll be quick. So why didn't we do this, right? This should have been ours to begin with. And the chamber saw a need that wasn't being met. We should have attractive main thoroughfares, and I appreciate the chamber stepping up, but this should have been ours.
I think we just have a lot of irons in the fire, though, and it's not this. While it's nice and there's some need for it, we need to prioritize what we're working on too, and there are needs that are greater. So if they can step in and fill this one, while it is less on our priority list, I think that's fine.
If council members in 2020 in goal setting, it was proposed and council adopted to develop a beautification master plan, which would have picked up this item, and COVID hit. And basically staff time had to really be focusing on keeping things, going. If council, and Tim, if you're so inclined, if you want to spend money, there are other areas in this community that we can invest money in. And that was the whole idea with a master plan, is know where we're going and know where the money is coming from. So I think the point is that the item on the agenda here is to go ahead and approve the request to move forward and express profound appreciation for the fact that there's private entities that are willing to invest in that. And I think it's just a good catalyst to, get our master plan hopefully underway and looking at areas to invest money that we would have spent on this in other areas to enhance it. And I can think of a lot of places where we could, start putting that money, but we have to look at the city manager from where that money's coming from and how we're going to invest and plan for it. So,
okay, thanks.
All right. Any other questions for staff? All right. Open up public input. Any public input tonight, Deb, on this topic?
Mayor, I don't see anyone with their hand raised.
All right, we'll close public input. Entertain a motion on resolution approving the request from the Ames Chamber of Commerce. Proceed with implementing Campus Town Lincoln Way beautification plan. Lincoln Way medians from Beach to Sheldon, subject to the agreement to purchase material and replenishment mulch and medians annually.
So moved.
Rachel?
Second.
And Brian, thank you. Roll call.
Dunk,
Aye.
Corey.
Aye.
Martin,
Hi.
Baby Hansen,
Aye.
Betcher,
Aye.
Garten.
Hi.
Keith, is there anything you need from us in terms of, at one time you were asked, I think there was asking about the size of rock or mulch or whatever. Has that been all resolved?
Yes, we had talked with, I had conversation with Dan and we're talking with staff. From a contrast standpoint, we actually like the trap rock because it'll contrast really well with the mulch. So that's what we had indicated to Dan to move forward with.
Okay. Anything else you need from council tonight?
No, I think that's it. Thank you and have a great night.
And thanks to Dan, who's also on for all his efforts to initiate and get the project going. All right, item 41. 21-22 CDBG proposed annual action plan follow-up. Vanessa.
Good evening, Council. As I discussed with you on the March 23rd Council meeting, I went out and conducted our annual 2 public forums regarding potential proposed projects for our 21-22 annual action plan. And we had those meetings on March 12th and 13th. We had about 4 participants participate in those meetings, representing some human service agencies and some citizens. And basically, I do what we do every year. We make sure we educate the community about what CDBG and home funds are, how long we've been receiving them. We also go over what our 5-year goals are and what our current action plans are. And so, as you can see from your council action form, we did have some feedback from some of the participants on what they felt we should be looking at or think about for the program coming year. And that's one about providing more affordable rental housing for the future, and also possibly contracting with some nonprofits to do some of the work that we're currently implementing as city staff, providing grant funds to private entities to do some type of affordable housing, and also funding some gazebos. I did address most of those based on what our criteria are, but I did invite everyone to share their comments here tonight with council if they chose to do so. And we felt that the takeaway was we still needed to invest in affordable housing and invest in our neighborhoods. And from there, I just want to quickly bring up what our funding is for the upcoming year. We initially received a letter from HUD that we were going to get about $590,000 of CDBG funds, which was about a $12,000 decrease from this current year. And we would receive around $350,000 in home funds, which is a $118,000 decrease from our current year. However, on May 13th, HUD notified us that there was a correction that needs to be made in the allocation, and that adjustment was made to our CDBG program, and it was about an $8,000 increase. So our CDBG went from $590,000 to $599,000. And so in looking at that additional $8,000 and the proposals that we had given you back in March, which was to basically use our CDBG funds for affordable housing, where we would do acquisition, demolition, rehab, clear lots, rehab homes, make them available for first-time home buyers or sell them to nonprofits to increase housing. And that can be used for both, not only affordable housing for homeowners, but that can also be used as an incentive for people to build more rental housing if we can determine that need is there. Also, we introduced something different for this coming year, and that was also to use our CDBG funds to acquire slum and blight, including demolition and cleanup, and possibly reselling those lots to interested developers to do back for commercial use. And it's interesting that that was a discussion tonight, because as I was out riding around the city, I saw some commercial areas that could benefit from possibly initiating this program. Also, we are going to continue to finish out our improvements on our Baker subdivision, and we're continuing to implement our CARES program, and also using our home funds, hopefully this year, to get some houses done. Once we're now getting some lots that are ready, almost ready to go for housing. So we're hoping to start initiating the home program for that, along with down payment. And of course, we just submitted our application to IFA on May 10th for possible low-income housing tax credits. So those were the projects that we were proposing for this upcoming year. And so that's what the budget reflects on attachment A. And so, and also regarding the slum and blight removal, we are allowed to use up to 30% of our CDBG funds for low and moderate income impact, as long as we have an impact of 70% or more of LMI benefit over the 3-year period. And we'll be ending our 5-year plan coming up here at the end of 2023, which will give us an opportunity to utilize that 30%, and also the time that we will be working on our consolidated plan and what the goals would be for the next 5 years. So with that, I will just entertain any questions that you might have. Oh, one more thing. Also, HUD in the letter about our increase, they also changed the 30-day notice public hearing requirement. They noticed that cities all across the country are just behind and trying to catch up from the pandemic and all of the other COVID funds that have been coming. So we now have the opportunity to go from a 30-day comment period down to a 3, because they want us to try to get our programs implemented as soon as possible and to get our action plan submitted as soon as possible. So I just wanted to make the council aware of that, that we would take advantage of that 3-day notice for a public comment period. So that's what I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. Questions for Vanessa?
Vanessa, one question. Thanks for staying so late, 3.5 hours in. I'm concerned about the funding going forward. If our population is deemed to have decreased, will that impact our future CBG funds or home funds?
Yes, I think you can already see that it's impacting our home funds more drastically than our CDBG. You know, we always thought it was really strange back in 2018 that we even qualified for home funds. So now that we can see that that's changing all of a sudden, maybe they may be rethinking the formulas they look at for home funding, because that certainly has been the most dramatic decrease in funding. But at least we have it right now to be able to take advantage of getting homes built in our Baker subdivision.
You're muted, Tim.
If we work under the presumption that the funding might decline in the future, does that impact the way in which we spend the funds today?
No, we still would work on projects that we laid out in our 5-year consolidated plan, the goals and priorities, and also how we implement those in our action plan. Now, the council certainly has the opportunity to change any of that direction and decide, well, we want to skip ahead or do something different within these last years, but we don't know at this point that we're not going to get funded. We just know specifically that our home funds are changing.
Thank you. So I would just invite you and your staff, as you think about the future funding, if you think that there might be a significant decrease, that might cause you to revisit some of the priorities going forward. So thanks for your thoughts on that.
No problem.
Other questions or comments?
So Mayor, I will proceed with drafting the annual action plan to bring back to council for approval for submittal to HUD at the August 10th City Council meeting to be submitted to HUD on or before August 16th.
Okay, the item on the agenda tonight was resolution approving proposed action plan program. Is that something you don't need tonight then?
I'm sorry, what are you talking about?
We're also going to set the August 10th as a date for public hearing also.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so entertain a motion to approve the proposed 2021-22 annual action plan program and proposed budget attachment A, and set August 10th as a date for public hearing for approval of submitting the plan to HUD on or by August 16, 2021.
So moved.
Raleigh, thank you, and Gloria, thank you. Roll call.
Guerrieri.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Edie Hansen.
Aye.
Aye.
Barton.
Aye.
Fung.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you gonna smoke?
Yeah, we're definitely buying there.
Great, on to item 42, agreement with Ag Outcomes of Ankeny. John.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is a pretty unique agreement that we've got for you this evening. It's with Ag Outcomes, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of the Iowa Soybean Association. The way that this agreement works is that Ag Outcomes does all of the legwork for us. They are making the arrangements with farmers to get these nutrient reducing land practices put in place. They've got some grant seed money that they're using to make the upfront payments to the farmers to get the practices in place. Once it's all done, Ag Outcomes does the work of quantifying the nutrient reduction in terms of pounds per acre. And then they also then record those nutrient reduction credits with the Iowa Nutrient Reduction Exchange. And they record those credits in our name, the city of Ames. And then once they've got those credits recorded, then we make the payment back to Ag Outcomes to reimburse them for the expenses that they upfronted. So that's really our part in this, is to just make the payment at the end of the process. Our ultimate intent with the money that you've allocated through the watershed-based nutrient reduction CIP project is to get structural practices in place, things that have a life of longer than a year. You know, the cover crops that we're purchasing right now, these are annual practices. And so to continue to get those benefits year after year, the cover crops have to be planted year after year. But this was a way for us to get that partnership started with the Soybean Association. It gave us a chance to work through some of the contracting portions of the arrangement. And it was also a way for us to start getting some of those nutrient credits in and getting them banked and recorded so we can learn how that process works as well. So what you have before you is the actual agreement with Ag Outcomes, and we are hoping that you find this as exciting as we do and move ahead with approving it.
Thank you, John. Questions for John?
John, two quick questions. Do we have RFP for something like this? I mean, are there other organizations that provide this such that we'd have to do that normally?
I'm not aware that anybody else is doing anything like this. This is a really unique approach that the Soybean Association is taking.
Okay. And the second question, I read the staff report, but I'm still struggling to figure out, I know we have this huge obligation to update our wastewater system, but what are these credits being applied against?
So my whole concern with the way that the Iowa Nutrient Reduction Strategy is written, there's an obligation for point sources like our water pollution control facility, even though they are roughly 20% of the load. And then for the non-point sources that are 80% of the load, it's much more of a voluntary compliance effort. My concern is that we're going to get 20 years down the road in this strategy, and the state's going to say, my goodness, we're not making the progress that we thought we should have. The only ones that we've got limits on are the point sources, so let's go ratchet those down even tighter. So what these do is they give us a way to bank those credits so that if the future regulations change, we've got these credits already in the bank, and we can tell the state, these new limits that you want us to do, we've spent the last 20 years taking care of that equivalent amount of nutrients.
I apologize, and I know it's really late. How do we know that? How do we know that these are things that can actually be banked? That's the point. And maybe that you need to answer that later. I'm going to be supportive of this. I'm happy to take my answer later, but I don't understand what are the rules that say that we can bank anything?
So we are actually one of just 4, as far as I know, just 4 communities in the state who have entered into a formal memorandum of understanding with the Iowa Department of Natural Resources, where they say if we do these types of practices, they guarantee that we get that credit towards any future tightening of the regulations. So it's us, Cedar Rapids, Dubuque, and Storm Lake that have entered into that type of an agreement.
Okay, I appreciate that, because I see the reference to it, but I didn't understand that that was included in the MOU. Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Any other questions?
I love the emphasis on the structural modifications to the land so that this will sort of take care of itself in the future. I guess in the meantime, my question is, do we know that the landowners who used the practices this year would not have used them otherwise this year, or are we just, did we find people who know how to do this and like to do it?
The soybean folks took care of all of the contractual relationships with the landowners. So I don't know if these were farmers who would have done this anyway or not. But through this process, and that's part of what we're paying the ag outcomes folks to do, is actually quantifying what those nutrient reductions are. And then they're doing the legwork to actually get that data banked into that nutrient reduction exchange. But ideally, what we'd like to do in the future is get those structural practices in place, because with those come not just the nutrient reduction, which I'll tell you that the price per pound that we got this year is a very attractive rate.
Yeah.
But when you start layering on top of that things like flood mitigation, habitat restoration, drinking water source protection, getting those structural practices long term will be, I think that'll really pay a big dividend for the community.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna open up public comment. Deb, is there anybody who wants to address council on this topic tonight?
No, Mayor, no one is indicating so.
Close public input. Any final questions for John? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion on resolution approving agreement with Ag Outcomes Inc. of Ankeny, Iowa to purchase watershed nutrient reduction credits in the amount of not to exceed $50,000 for the water plant.
So moved.
Second.
By Tim, second by Gloria. Thank you. Roll call.
Martin,
Aye.
Judy Hansen,
Aye.
Betcher,
Aye.
Garten,
Aye.
Junk,
Aye.
Corriere.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, John. All right, moving on to item 43, second passage of ordinance establishing a new plan unit development overlay zone in zoning district along with private street standards in the subdivision ordinance. Is there a motion?
Move on second.
Thank you, Gloria.
Second.
And thank you, Bronwyn. Roll call, please.
Judy Hansen,
Aye.
Betcher,
Aye.
Garten,
Aye.
Junk,
Aye.
Corriere,
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Thank you. Moving on, disposition of communications to council is one item, staff report from Planning and Housing Department dated May 25th.
There's two parts to this request from Mr. Winkleblack and Mr. Underwood. One, request A is to ask that the city initiate a change in the fringe area plan to allow this property to be annexed into the city as an industrial. And I think the staff report indicates our initial analysis shows that it's warranted to begin the process. So if you want to do that, you can simply make a motion to authorize them to begin the request to amend the Ames Urban Fringe Plan. The second one deals with then the incentive they're requesting to help pay for the development if and when it actually is annexed in the city. Now, we've done a good job, I think, of showing you the history of the first project, the Ames Community Development Park. We used for the first time tax increment financing to help develop small lot industrial projects. Over time, I'm glad to say we're filled up that particular park and there's no room to expand anymore. But rather than just say we will anoint this particular development and give them the incentive, I think it'll require a similar type of competitive process. But in order to move ahead on the second response, council will have to give a motion or offer a motion that you want a staff to prioritize time to work on this. I think we'll have to do an analysis to prove to you that there is a need for small lot developments that is not currently being met by the market itself. And therefore, public incentives are needed to accomplish this. And also, we'd have to set up for you a competitive process for you to consider, along with evaluation criteria by which you can make a final decision if you choose to give an incentive for this. So there's a little work on this. There's work on the part of staff to do this. And I want to make sure it's something you want to prioritize time for, because it will slide other projects, like some of the projects the mayor mentioned before, backwards to do these things. So we're prepared to move on it. I think it's proven I think that initially it proves there's a need, at least for us to look at it and see if we continue this incentive program into the future. So I think it's warranted we study it. But that will take some time, even if we prioritize it. It's not going to be done in the next month, probably later in the summer. But we can move ahead with the fringe area plan. I think Mr. Winkelblack wants you to move ahead and not wait, determine whether incentives there. I think there's still benefits, and he wants us to move ahead so we can move ahead with an annexation, regardless of the incentive. But I'll let him speak for himself. So we can have a simple motion to move ahead, authorize them to have the plan amendment, and then you decide whether you want us to take the staff time to move ahead with the analysis I described. A motion would be in order there too. All those would come back to the city council. Any questions about the two different requests? So I think you can make the motion to approve them to submit the request to amend the urban fringe or Ames fringe area plan if you like.
That has minimal staff time involved.
The fringe area plan itself?
The first one, yes.
No, it takes more time, but it's a legitimate governmental. I mean, that's what we're here for, to do those kind of things. You know what I mean? That's not an extra necessary separate project.
I mean, to be fair, the last time when it first came up and there was no immediate need, staff didn't feel like it was a priority for the little amount of time it would take. So council said, just roll it into Plan 2040, which we did, and it's shown that way. But we also have the whole urban fringe plan process to go through also. So it's a long time away. So that it's not a huge investment in time to authorize somebody to apply for a fringe plan amendment when it seems to be in line with the policy reviews we've now done as a city. So it's a minor amount of time. We don't always even rank those as being prioritized when they're fairly straightforward.
So normal current planning process projects we work on.
Yeah, as a minor amendment, that's true.
The second one will take more time.
Yeah, and the way I see it is, as Steve said, we would owe you some analysis. As I've talked through it with my staff, we have some of the parts. We would need to generate a little bit more information to really tie it together, probably as a cohesive picture of the industrial land situation from the past 10 years. It's a little bit of time. It's something I think we can work in within the next 2 months. And then if you move into that next step on an RFP process and how to go about doing that, that's probably another level of time commitment that you'll have to decide where that fits.
That's managing the competitive process.
Yeah, I don't see getting to a staff report on industrial land conditions as really sliding any of your other projects that we're working on. But when we get to that meeting, then we'll probably have to talk about what the expectations are for time and what that would mean. But if we're okay with the end of July, I think we're okay without saying anything's being slid for any length of time.
That's talking about the market and needs analysis kind of, correct?
Yeah.
That kind of analysis.
Yeah, the land availability.
And once you decide that there is a need for this government to step in and provide the incentive, then we have to create the competitive process, manage it, develop the evaluation criteria. That'll take more time.
So just for clarification, in your memo, option one, there's two components to it. both those components can be done comfortably with current staff time and can be done by the end of July without compromising other projects. It's the next step after that that would cause more staff time. Is that correct?
I think that's what we'd be evaluating is where does that then fit in the council's priorities? Is it something that needs to be rushed this fall? Could it happen in the winter? Kind of fits in where does a development cycle hit with that RFP process?
You're talking about the second request now, aren't you?
The second part, yeah.
Second part. There's two parts of the request.
So request one
is the fringe area plan amendment.
Fringe plan amendment, and that would lead to annexation. So the fringe plan amendment would probably get resolved by July. The applicant would come back and ask for initiation of annexation. We know there's no 80-20 necessary there, so it'd be 100% voluntary. No city development board review. It would be very, very quick on the annexation side as well.
Oh, the second part then. The second one is going to take the time.
Yeah, so then the second one, that's where we're splitting that into two parts. Staff would need to generate some information for you about industrial land supply. I think we can do that by probably about the end of July, probably, without affecting other work projects. And then at that meeting in July, we would understand more about what the expectation is for an RFP and when the council would want to put that into the work plan as a priority.
And even that's assuming the outcome of the second part is that council wants to move forward at all.
Yeah, and that's one benefit of breaking it into two parts is we're not investing time in an RFP process that you don't even know if you want yet.
Can I make a motion?
Yes.
Okay, I would move to allow the applicant to apply for the minor amendment to the Ames Urban Fringe Plan and direct staff to proceed with an analysis of the need and benefit for incentivizing another small lot industrial development, if any. Is
there a second?
Second.
Gloria, thank you. All right. Everyone understand the motion? Those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstaining? Motion carried. Thank you. Okay, council comments. David?
No comments tonight. Thank you.
Rachel?
Nothing tonight, thanks.
Trevor?
Nothing tonight, thanks.
Amber?
No, nothing for me.
Tim?
The quick ones. We had correspondence from a gentleman named Steve Martin, probably no relation to the famous Steve Martin, but he has concerns about speeding along the west side of Ada Hayden. I think that we've looked at this in the past. It may just be a matter of digging out a memo, but I would move that we direct staff to respond to Mr. Martin's inquiry about speeding.
Is that on Hyde Avenue?
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's Hyde Avenue.
Here's what we could do, Tim. We did that study, I think, in 2018 or 19. We can give you a report pretty easily on the difference. And Damien made his conclusions there. You can ask us to compare the data with any new data we have and see if anything's changed on the recommendation.
That's more than I thought, so I'll move that.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carried.
So I want to just bring the council's attention. The Story County Board of Supervisors is moving forward on a canning bed ordinance. You received an email from Deb Schulderoth during a meeting tonight that provides some additional information. The mayor and I have both been contacted by Supervisor Heddens, and so just making you aware of that. Maybe we'll take a look at something on that at some point. Thanks.
Thank you. Gloria?
I am really excited about the outcome of the small art grant program, and in the future, maybe at the next meeting, I'm going to come back with some sort of request for us to continue that pilot program. But I want to think through what that request is. So just to give you a little bit of a heads up. The second thing is that I've been participating in the International Town and Gown Association Conference. I gave a presentation yesterday. And one of the things that I have been hearing in those sessions is that there is a lot of good stuff happening in college towns right now. After last year with the hits that the economies took, many of the communities are rebounding and are in a much better position than they thought they would be following COVID and the distance education that was occurring on campuses. So I think all around, it's a much more positive picture than people maybe were expecting. And it was good to hear that and to know that Ames is not alone in having a positive outcome so far from the circumstances that we've been experiencing for the last year. That's all I've got.
All right, thank you, Robin.
Nothing for me tonight, thank you.
Thank you. Tim, is there, you guys mention anything about the Memorial Day service or?
Oh my goodness, it's really late. Yes. So Memorial Day is coming up on Monday. Thank you, John. So this year, the Ames Patriotic Council, because of COVID, made the decision to have Memorial Day in a virtual format. And so I encourage people to watch. Just a little teaser. Our featured speaker this year is an Iowa State graduate who flew for 20 years as an F-16 pilot, and really one of our great alumni from Iowa State. And it's going to be a really great presentation. So I encourage people to check out the Ames Patriotic Council on Facebook or its website. So Monday, 11 o'clock. Thanks for the reminder, John. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thanks for your efforts on that too. I know you put a lot of work into it and very valuable. And interesting to bookend that week is that on Friday the 4th, I've been invited to give official greetings to VFW. They're coming to town for their annual convention, meeting in person, and it's their 100th anniversary. And so it's pretty cool to see things getting back into person and people coming to the community. So, and last thing, I just want to thank Deb and Julie Saxton and a number of the staff members who put a lot of effort into, and also council, thank you for your support with regards to the mental health forum that was held last Thursday night. And we announced that and explained that council was willing to contribute money to pay for resources for mental health first aid training, and be watching for that. I'm sure that Deb and Julie will probably make that information, known more in the future. And Deb, do you know how many people signed up for that so far?
I don't know how many people have signed up so far. Julie's still confirming some, some dates. And she's also adding another trainer possibly, so we can be able to provide this then all throughout the summer. Jason Hageland, who was the keynote speaker that evening, said he is mental health first aid trainer, and he has several of the other specified trainings. That there's a mental health first aid training for law enforcement, for farmers, for youth. And he's going to be contracted under a grant. So we may be able to use some of his time to capture more people and be involved in those classes. So we'll get information pushed out when we have those dates confirmed.
All right. With that, entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
All right, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Long meeting, and in 2 weeks, we'll be sitting next to each other. See you in council chambers. Have a good evening.